Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. On a Friday, welcome to Whilton Mill for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Very good to be with you for the start of races for round 4 for our ROTAX categories in this 2025 season, and the Tillotson T4 plate here this weekend. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Henry Beaudette. Henry, it feels weird, but also in a good way to be racing on a Friday, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I was busy looking for the football scores. You know, right, it's lunchtime kickoff. But no, it's a Friday. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. British wagons on a Friday at Whilton Mill. 1,200 metres of the toughest, the most abrasive, the most physically demanding corners in British karting. Complete with the second year that we've been using the new boot section. Cloudy today, although it's a relatively bright and blue sky. I don't think we're going to have any nastiness or anything like that. Ignore that. That's 6 o'clock. That's wrong.
Nah, we'll be
we'll be fine. We'll be absolutely fine. We'll be knees deep in a paddock show by then. But this is the penultimate round, the penultimate weekend for the ROTAX classes. But of course, it's not just us, is it? As ever, there's a third wheel to our merry, merry band of speakers here. And of course, that is Nicole Sutherland, isn't it? Yes. Hello.
Hello, Henry Beaudette. Good to have you back. You weren't out at Kimbolton, but nice to have you here at Whilton Mill. And Henry has kicked me out of the commentary box because this weekend I'll be down in the pit lane, I'll be down in Parc Fermé, catching up with those drivers, making sure that we really get into it with what's been going out on the track for them. So far this weekend, what's been going out is a few adverse weather conditions. We've had wet and dry throughout testing, but it looks like for the first rotation of heats today, we're going to have a dry circuit out there. This is a circuit then that drivers are really, really familiar with. It's a circuit that pretty much all year round drivers race round because of the club championship that is hosted here at Whilton Mill. That means the time difference from those faster drivers and the slower drivers is slim to none. If you get caught out by a tenth, 2 tenths, you could really quickly find yourself at the back end of the order. That's going to make the racing way more interesting and really, really exciting. Qualifying results in pretty much every class was around about who you'd expect to see at the front, but watch those mid-pack sections because you've seen some drivers really jump up the order, really improve their performances compared to Larkle. Joel Dixon-Cohen is one of those in the junior category, maybe a little bit out of position compared to what we've seen from him in qualifying earlier in the year, but is P2 in groups. So really watch out for some names who have stepped it up a gear then in this penultimate round of the year. We'll head back to Henry Beaudette returning in our commentary box. Henry, over to you.
Thank you, Nicole. I didn't kick you out. The powers that be felt that
squad rotation.
Squad rotation. Yeah, we're back into the football season now. But it's great to be back here at it's not at Kimbolton. I was in Texas. You may notice on the part of the screen is up by there. Racing for Gene. Today is the funeral of Gene Gravitt from Jag ROTAX. We want to pay our respects and say that to Gary and to Tina and to John Gravitt, you're in our thoughts, and hope that today goes as well as can be. There we go. I think that was it.
Yeah.
But yes, Nicole was saying, this is a very physical track here. Hello to everyone on the live chat, as always. Jensen Hookie can confirm that it's the bumpiest track in the UK. There is a company here called PWR that are in the just behind us. That they have got various gels and stuff for bumps and bruises. I think that some of those drivers out there today and tomorrow will be needing those. No racing on Sunday. Heats today, Friday. Finals tomorrow, Saturday. Why? Well, because a lot of the ROTAX teams are going off to Sarno to compete in the last round of the Euro Trophy. They've got to be in southern Italy very soon. So Motorsport UK, obliging them. And yeah, we're here racing on a Friday. What a fantastic way to end the British school summer holidays. For those of you watching, if you have had GCSE results, A-level results, hope you've done very well. Hope you're getting to do what you want to do come September. You know, if you didn't do very well in your exams, just look at this. It's fine. It's fine.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Just go over as well the agenda, the schedule for today. We start with Junior Rotax, their first of 3 heats for Junior Rotax. Everybody races individually twice. Seniors second, then Minimax, then Micromax UK. We'll talk Tillotson as well, the T4 drivers here this weekend, junior and senior for their O-plate. We finished the day with their qualifying practice. 2 rounds of heats for everybody today.
Indeed. So we're in the Alpha Live broadcast unit. You know, we've got a great team of people all around the circuit. Got a great team of people behind the scenes as well, in the scrutineering bay, in the camera room, in timing and scoring as well. So yeah, we've got you covered for the next 4, 5 hours?
4, 5 hours, yeah.
There's a look at the camera room. Now, centre of the screen, there's our driving standards advisor for the weekend, Connor Clifford. Of course, brother of Nathan Clifford, who survived a horrific accident here 3 years ago. Had a great chat with Connor, who's now, racing and in the Silverstone UK Academy College. Nathan is doing well. Nathan has just got into Loughborough University, which I'm really pleased to say. But of course, they'll be looking over all the incidents on track as well. We have got the first Junior Rotax heat. Now, there's 42 drivers in Junior Rotax. There is a look at the grid. Lining up, you can see in the foreground there the Wera Tools. Well, here we are, the Wera Tools Championship, and Kian Bernard on the outside of the front row of the grid. Alongside, I would say, well, he's the #1 ranked Junior Rotax driver in the world this year, because not only did he win the Rotax Grand Finals last year, but he's back to defend that title, and he is, name a better Junior Rotax driver anywhere in the world this year than Jacob Ashcroft. There he is, just settling himself down. Good performance from Jensen Chalk as well for MLC Motorsport. But we're going to go through the starting lineup very, very shortly because, Andrew Mather,
it's time to go racing.
Oh, yeah.
Heat 1, race 1 of the weekend then. Junior Rotax ready to battle here at Whilton Mill. This is a Group B versus C heat race with on pole position Jacob Ashcroft in the 242. Championship leader was the fastest driver in the first group of qualifiers in transitioning conditions earlier on this morning. Kian Bernard, second at Kart Masters a few weeks ago, and is continuing that good form alongside on the front row for this one. Jensen Chalk, I think, had problems this morning during warm-up, but has recovered well, starts on the inside of row 2, alongside Hunter Motorsports' Alfie McBain. Row 3, Harry Taylor and Harry Freeman looking for strong weekends here at Whilton Mill. And keep an eye on Leon Hasty as well. On the inside of row 4 is joined by his fellow Scot, Matteo Palazzo.
Row number 5, Kai Clark, and Evolution Racing's William Webb. Albie Lapper, the rock and roll star with a GP plate, goes from P11 alongside Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett. On row number 13, we've got the tiniest kart of Scotland's Ellis Bell, alongside his Coles Racing teammate Ewan House. Canada's Rayan Gandor and Eva Morris round out the top 8 rows of the grid.
With work to do, row 9, Charlie King and Sebastian Luce. Joshua Smith for George Whitbread Racing starts alongside Harry Holland on row number 10. Sebastian Clark and a returning Daniel Wisniauskas go from row number 11. It's Samir Paul continuing to improve, starts on row 12 alongside Oliver White, rounding out a 27-strong field. All 3 of the Zvaric brothers are here this weekend. So Marat goes in Junior Rotax, starts on the inside of row number 13. He's joined by Conor Large, who had technical problems in timed qualifying earlier on today. Also returning to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, Honda Cadet race winner from Lark Hall last year, Ed Spain, starts 27th for MLC Motorsports.
A couple of things that we noticed. We've got an onboard camera with Scotland's Leon Hasty for the Craft Motorsport team. There is Christmas Corner. Harry Holland. I noticed that Harry is now signed with the Zip Factory team. He's been a privateer in the championship for some time, but now he has his talent has been recognised and he's part of the Zip Factory team. Jonathan Quigley, best wishes to all the competitors from the Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland who competed at the Irish GP at Ulster Kart Club at Nuss Corner recently. Hello to Michael Burke. Yes, it's Friday night in Bathurst, Australia. And we sit down Friday night lights. That's normally high school football in the USA, but it's Whilton Mill go-karting for you. Here we go then, race number 1, Junior ROTAX. Andrew Mather, let's see if we get a good, clean start this time around.
10 minutes plus 1 lap then for all of these heats today. We are green and racing at the first time of asking. Good start for Jacob Ashcroft from the inside of row number 1. Jensen Chalk immediately up to P2. It's a difficult place to start. P2 on a grid round here, and Cian Bernard has felt the full effects of that. It's down to around 5th, 6th place already. Move from Kai Clark down the inside of Leon Hasty. So everyone on the pole side of the grid there, Henry, has had a positive start on board here with Leon Hasty going downhill through Ashby Corner. That's Harry Taylor just ahead of him. Yeah, and a good, clean first half a lap, and that looks like the number 215 coming back at Leon Hasty, Alfie McBain. Alfie made a very good performance in qualifying, and someone was a little bit wide there as they go into the boot. 3 wide, that's not going to work. McBain and Lapper over the curve there, has to get the cart turned on a sixpence to avoid running very wide. She does so lose a bit of momentum, but as we complete lap number 1, Ashcroft leading Chalk, and that was a sideways moment. And there is a move for P4, Cian Bernard past Harry Taylor. Yeah, good move there from Cian Bernard. The eagle-eyed amongst you will have noted, just coming out of the final corner, yes, that was water being kicked up from the cattle grid curb. There was a lot of rain here overnight. The practice sessions at the start of the day were wet, so the track itself is back to a good dry condition, but if you get offline, it's going to be greasy, it's going to be a bit damp out there. It's all going on here in a battle for the top 10 in towards the boot. I think Matteo Palazzo is coming through the order there, Charlie Wolford as well in the 2.95. End of lap number 2 then. Jacob Ashcroft leads this race.
Oh, wow,
and that's exactly what I was meaning. But if you get wide and in the cattle grid curb, there's a lot of water still in there. That can prove to be very problematic. I think Wolford just about held on. Sorry, it wasn't Wolford, it was one of the Coles carts. So Ewan House or Ellis Bell having a moment. My goodness me. The cart sort of was sideways as it went out of shot. But they both continued. Whoever that was, whether that was a 246 of Bell, who's getting roughed up a little bit now, I have to say. He's down to about 16th position, so I would think that it probably was Ellis Bell that got on the... Let's have a little look at the replay. See there, and you can see, Bell the second with a white... Yeah, the 246 there. Oh my goodness. His race suit is red, white and blue, and now maybe brown as well. Yeah, that was a good hold by Ellis Bell, looking for a repeat or an improvement, in fact, of his strongest performance of the year so far. That was last time out in Scotland at Lark Hall. Another driver familiar with that part of the world is the driver we're on board with here, Leon Hasty, in 6th place at the moment. Harry Taylor there for the Dan Holland Racing team immediately ahead of us. Expect big things, of course, from the DHR squad here this weekend. This is their home circuit, of course, through the new chicane. And out onto the pit straight. Hasty closing in on Taylor. Even Jacob Ashcroft got a wheel on that wet curbing coming out of the new chicane at the end of the lap there. That will cost him a little bit of time. I've got to say, Andrew, it's one way to deal with track limits issues. Just make sure that there's a river on either side of the actual racing surface, and you'll soon solve the problem, won't you? It's interesting how there's still standing water in those curbs, but not at the curbs at the outside of Oblivion.
which all the drivers are using with extreme prejudice. But those drivers, you do have to be somewhat careful, because the last thing you want to do is get spun around. And there's Jensen Chalk now working on Kai Clark for second, Bernard there in fourth. Then it's our camera car, Hasty, followed by Taylor. Side by side a little bit further back, that's Harry Freeman passing Alfie McBain for 8th position. Ewan House runs in 10th position, and there that's the George Whitbread.
Yeah, and hoping for good things for the George Whitbread racing team here this weekend, Henry. Joshua Smith in with them as well. Finley Jones is a driver to look out for. There's been some good results for the team in pink and white so far this weekend. Let's get down to a pit report from Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, boys, I know that I wasn't there, but both of you were at Kart Masters, where Cian Bernard had a really, really strong weekend. I don't know if you would agree with me, but I'd actually say within this point of the season, he really looks like he's starting to get it right, and he really looks like he's coming into his own within Junior ROTAX. Do you think maybe you could tell us about why that could be for Cian?
Time. I think time more than anything for Cian Bernard.
Time and talent.
We see this often from drivers in their first year of Junior ROTAX. I always say 6 months. Give them 6 months to get used to the extra power, get used to the extra size of the chassis and the wheelbase as well versus a mini kart. And it happens to the best of drivers. Cian Bernard has definitely broken through that phase, though. I think that run, whilst he was disappointed a few weeks ago at Kart Masters, Henry, to miss out on the GP plate, it was a very impressive performance on his way to second.
But think of it like this, and Nicole, she raised a very good point, and yeah, he probably is one of the strongest drivers, but him and Ashcroft, maybe one or two others at this point of the season. But you think, so Honda Cadet, Micromax, then got the FIA Academy drive, so he's driving a different type of kart. Then has jumps in, now was he doing Junior X30 as well?
He did, yeah, double duty.
He was doing double duty a couple of weeks ago. This is now the first time, really, he's had a season to settle in to the same equipment. He's jumped from class to class to class to class to class, and now, again, give him another year in this class. And you're looking at a potential champion both on these shores and overseas. And Leon Hastie's there going, aye, but what about me? The British Open champion, passing Cian Bernard. And of course, there goes the Harry Taylor number 253 kart as well. So Bernard loses 2 places just as we're extolling his virtues. Is that the curse, the commentator already? That's
the first one of the weekend. Sorry, Cian. Bit of news for Marat Zvaric, plus 5 second in-race time penalty. Zvaric currently circulating in 25th place on the road. I think there's been one for the 278 as well, which of course is going to be Harry Freeman. So Harry Freeman currently in 8th place. He's going to be dropping down the order as things stand.
Now, as you can see overhead, the skies are bright. There's certainly no rain forecast. Of course, that water, that standing water on the curbs at the outside of the final corner, it's not going to stay there forever. No. It will dissipate. Who's going to be the first person to try and use that line when they think it is, bone dry? Because drivers do use those curbs. It does help with the lap times. But of course, nobody wants to be the guinea pig. I think it's dry. Oh, no, it's not, and I've spun.
Yeah, and it's not, as I say, with some of the hot weather that we've had in the UK recently, it definitely feels like autumn is upon us. Only 15 degrees air temperature here today, so the heat from the sun's not going to evaporate that water away. I almost
considered not wearing shorts. Almost.
2 minutes of this race to go then. Jacob Ashcroft looking very comfortable at the moment. Had a bit of pressure in the early stages of this race. Has consolidated this lead at over 2.5 seconds now. Kai Clark in the top 5 in the championship standings heading into this weekend. 3rd, in fact. Very much looking at trying to take 2nd place back from Albi Lapa. Remember, it's 2-point scoring stages for this weekend. So the first of them will be after the culmination of the superheats tomorrow. That'll all take into account the results from today and those first set of races on Saturday morning. And then for the final, it's standalone race, championship points for that one. Every single moment you'll be able to watch here on your Alpha Live Karting UK and Motorsport UK TV platforms. 1 minute and 10 to go, Henry. Got to say, this is a good drive from Kai Clark. Up 7 places in this race. Has made some good early progress. Same for Joshua Smith, up 8 spots. Is one of the wild cards here this weekend. Hence, his race number starts with a 6. But Joshua Smith is currently your biggest mover, up to 11th.
So, okay, Andrew Mather, please explain the difference between drivers who are championship regulars and therefore scoring points, and those who are wild cards who am I correct in thinking are not scoring points?
Yeah, wild cards do not score championship points. So when we get, say, there's one of them in 6th place, the driver who would get points for 7th steps up to 6th, 8th, 7th, etc., etc. So almost like a ghost in a way in the championship stakes. It's still very much a part of the racing action, though. Here's some action for 2nd place as Hasty looks down the inside on Jensen Chalk. That's a really nice move from the Scotsman. Very difficult place to overtake around this circuit because you're going downhill. Gravity's working against you, but that was spot on from Hasty. It's going to bring, or it has brought Harry Taylor back into play as well.
You can
Final
see,
lap board will be out in a moment.
You can see Hasty on the anchor. Taylor capitalising and passing Jensen Chalk as well. And it just goes to show Kai Clark just backed everybody up for a couple of corners. Now he's pressed the loud pedal again and has gone. It gives you an idea. I mean, PWR, they've got all these gels for the for various bumps and bruises and aches and pains, and you can see why Whilton Mill would be a hotbed of sales for them. It is so bumpy. The great thing is about having all these low camera shots that Alpha Live bringing you this weekend is that you can see how hard the drivers, well, how hard they're working, but how hard they're being chucked about in their seats. Curb, Jacob Ashcroft cruising home. Absolutely cruising home. 4.2 seconds ahead of his nearest. Right, he's looking over his shoulder. Well, where'd everyone else go? Where'd everybody go? Kai Clark 2nd, Leon Hasty 3rd, Harry Taylor, Jensen Chalk, Cian Bernard 6th ahead of the GP plate of Albie Lapper, Harry Freeman, Charlie Wolfett, and Joshua Smith does crack the top 10. A top 10 separated by 11 seconds, which is a lot.
It is indeed. So there is your provisional results. Ashcroft continues his strong form, at least by my calculations, can't win the championship here this weekend, but can put himself very much in a position to look to wrap things up in the early stages of what is a double header at PF International in 3 weekends' time to bring the ROTAX competitions to a close in 2025. Now, an area that fills drivers with trepidation, Henry.
It's the return of the iPad of Doom. There is our official. There is our, let's have a look. There's thumbs up there. Jensen, you're all right. Albie, you're okay. Dave Hillary. So far, the iPad of Doom. I mean, that was quite a sedate race. So I'm not surprised the iPad of Doom hasn't had too much of a workout yet. Thumbs up. The driver's just waiting for that thumbs up. So far, so good. Could this be a junior ROTAX race? With no nose cones? It couldn't be.
Well, this is the most intriguing we've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a junior ROTAX race with
we've
no
got a
nose
great
cones.
highlights package coming up very shortly.
Who's going to let us down here?
But a junior ROTAX race in the British Karting Championship with 0 nose cone penalties. This could be a historic moment, ladies and gentlemen. This could be.
Well, there's more on a Friday if this is the case.
There's 3 to go. 3 drivers to go. Come on, drivers. Come on, drivers. 2 to go.
Samir Paul, this is all on you. Oh, no.
I don't believe
Samir
it.
Paul has got a front fairing. We nearly had a bit of history. Let's watch the highlights from that first race of the day. I'm sorry, Samir. Second commentary curse of the day. Right, what happened in that one besides what we've just seen there? Very good start for Ashcroft. Very good start for everybody, Henry, on the inside column. it really was where you wanted to be for the start of that race.
Yeah, Cian Bernard making good early progress, and I think this is Josh Smith in the George Whitberg racing kart, also moving up very quickly in the early stages. There was an incident that we didn't capture on the live stream. That was an MLC motorsport kart having some issue with a Dan Holland racing machine, but Leon Hasty coming back into it, Kai Clark grabbing second early on and then fading back, but Harry Taylor finishing strong, but Jacob Ashcroft, cruising home comfortably, nearly a 5-second margin. Somewhere in the background, Sammy Paul's smashing somebody off, but to ruin what would have been a historic, clean sweep, but there we go. Yeah, great job, Jacob Ashcroft. We have got senior ROTAX up next. That's going to be in a few short moments.
A very, very busy qualifying sessions this morning for senior ROTAX. Sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, it was this morning.
It was this morning,
just before this, before the lunch break. 31 drivers in total, and the conditions were continuing to it's getting dry and dry all the time. So it is a little bit of a jumbled up grid in places for the senior ROTAX field. In terms of championship heading into this weekend, Lewis Gilbert is of course your championship leader, 374 points ahead of Harry Bartle, Matthew Higgins third. But before we get on to the seniors, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's got our race winner in junior ROTAX.
Down in Parc Fermé then with Jacob Ashcroft, a taller Jacob Ashcroft from when I last saw you, because you've grown again. Jacob, out there, that was quite a nice little drive.
Yeah, I pushed at the start to get a gap, and then towards the end I sort of eased off a little bit. Don't really want to kill the tyre because the long races just need to save the tyre for the final.
And before you actually went out, I could hear you talking to TM Russ Carter about what the track was like, those track conditions. You were questioning, were there any spots that were a bit damp, but can you tell us about what it was like out there on the circuit?
The track's now bone dry, just atop of Christmas. There's a bit of mud still from the wet sessions this morning, but I think it's just gone into the tarmac now, so you don't really, when you drive over it, don't feel anything.
And Jacob, we've put some stuff out over social media about how strong you've been so far in this championship. In your own opinion, and maybe from what your dad could tell you as well, why have you been so much stronger in this later stage of the championship?
I'm not too sure. I've just been very consistent in all the races. Just been putting in the best laps I can to build gaps, and if there's a battle, then I've been getting stuck in and I've been doing my best job.
Well, we'll see what your best job can do later on in the heats. Let's head back up then, but not before this.
Let's switch our attention then to senior ROTAX for the first time in a racing capacity here this weekend. 31 drivers on the grid for their first of two heats here today. Matthew Higgins on pole position is joined by Archie Walker. That is your front row. Matty Hindley, another positive qualifying as well. Starts on row 2 alongside Macaulay Bishop. Big weekend for Macaulay Bishop if he's going to keep his title bid alive. Row 3, Cian Geraghty and Jack Lilly in an all-strawberry racing affair. Then Ewan Charman and Finley Jones on row 4.
Jack West and William Pemble go from row number 5. Kai Hunter and Harry Bartle on row 6. Lewis Gilbert and William Antrobus on row 7. Charlie Cox and Hugh Moulton on row number 8.
It's Lewis Goff and Joshua Graham next up on row number 9. Tough qualifying for Goff. Tyler Harrison, Pearson, Bullock, Kart to complete the top 20 in this one. Harrison, Crowther and Kai Veach are row 11. Freddie Ingram and Ty Measure on row 12.
Then it's Jack Baker and DeJean Bennett, Mark Zvaric and Luke Bates, followed by Miles Roby, Mikey Walker, walking along, singing a song, walking in a Mikey Wonderland, Jack Gillingham. Rounds out the field. Here we go. Lights are not out, which is just about well enough, because I was going to say a big hello to Danny and Eddie from the Fast F1 podcast from Wisconsin. I was in Wisconsin at Road America earlier this year. Lovely part of the United States, and yeah, I was introduced to cheese curds. Now, I'm a Detroit Lions fan.
Yes.
So anything in Wisconsin, Green Bay Packers and all that. Ooh, yeah. However, cheese curds, yes please. Yes please. And they got some very nice adult beverages as well. And Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin is real good old racers country. You know, every single house you pass has got like a lean-to garage with a little trailer and a dirt modified car in there or something like that. Brilliant stuff.
So this will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap once again for the senior ROTAX drivers. We've got a little view on board with William Pemble, who's carrying our onboard camera for this race. Starts on the outside of row number 5. Be a bit of a tough place to start in the early stages of this one. Keep an eye on the driver immediately ahead of him as well. Finley Jones has looked very quick so far this weekend for GWR. We are racing in senior ROTAX. Good start for Higgins. Good start for Hingley as well as they ramp up towards Christmas corner for the first time. Higgins checks over his shoulder. No need to defend. It's that Cian Geraghty throwing it in there. Trying to go round the outside through Christmas corner. Looking pretty clean, looking pretty boisterous down towards Ashbury. I said clean, and sure enough, Kai Hunter, who needs a big weekend here at Whilton Mill, threw it down the inside for what looked to be about 7th place.
Well, of course, Kai Hunter and Macaulay, but there's the 614. That's Timer here, having a spin. The sort of the half American, half Bahraini driver, and Kai Veach out of the race as well. The KR Sportman has retired on the opening lap, but Higgins is setting off. It's like the junior ROTAX title fight in 2020 all over again. Higgins versus Hingley, an all Welsh affair at the front. As I say that, though, Archie Walker ruins the symmetry by passing Hingley to go into P2. There's Macaulay Bishop and Hunter tied on 15 final wins apiece. At the very top of the rankings overall in the modern era, who Kai Hunter has held either the lead or the joint lead for the most wins in the British Championship since 2019, when he took 8 wins in a single season. It's been nearly, 6 years since anybody else can claim to have won more finals in the British Championship than Kai Hunter. This weekend could be the weekend that Hunter is finally dethroned. Unless, of course, the British Open champion gets his finger out and moves up the order.
We had a good run here last year. Saw some moves there. I think Harry Bartle, who had a tough qualifying earlier on today, trying to force his way back up the order, is in the title picture, 2nd place in the standings at the start of this weekend. How's our championship leader getting on? Lewis Gilbert up 4 spots at the moment is the Scottish driver for Kraft, up into the top 10. You can see
Bishop.
water being kicked up by Macaulay Bishop. Had to control things on the exit of Paddock Corner there. Cian Geraghty is your fastest driver on circuit at the moment. Is he going to make a move here for 3rd place? Yes, he is. Down the inside. Cian Geraghty, who knows this place very, very well. I remember watching Cian back in his cadet days during kart club meetings many years ago. A lot of the drivers get into a rhythm around this place. You really have to bring your A game to Whilton Mill to get a big result. That's a dive and a half from Hingley. Bishop took advantage of it as well. That took Geraghty by surprise. Ewan Charman is now up into the top 5. Charman, who was on the podium here last year when we brought the 2024 ROTAX calendar for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships to a close. Plenty going on out there. Harry Bartle now the fastest driver out on circuit. But once again, we'll pass down to Nicole Sutherland, who has info.
2 early race retirements then. The first for the 337, which I actually can't see any visible damage on the kart. But for the 332 Walker 4 Jacks, it's a completely flat rear puncture in the tyre.
That's not good news for Mikey Walker at all.
He's not walking along singing a song. He's sort of like dragging a flat tyre along, singing a very sad song in a Walker Wonderland is Mikey Walker. Good move early on. Now, you noticed that you spoke about Bishop putting a wheel on the curb there that got a little wet. But, and there's a half spin. Somebody else does the same thing as well. Just the top of our shot there. I couldn't quite see who that was. But I did notice that it took very little time for the water to dissipate.
Yeah.
By the time the Macaulay got to the start-finish line, the tyre was no longer wet, which is a good sign because it's not affecting them going into turn number 1. There's Lewis Gilbert. Now, of course, at what point? It's a bit too early. With still a double-header weekend at PF International and the rest of the weekend to go here. To start thinking points as opposed to, race, just going for the race wins. Oh, look at that. Just love that shot there. As Hingley holding off Ewan Charman. And Ewan Charman in the number 9 Hunter Motorsport kart. There goes Charman passing the young driver from Abergele in North Wales. And Lewis Gilbert now passing Kai Hunter. The Hunter Motorsport team and Sam Pollitt Racing have both announced forays into the United Arab Emirates for the upcoming UAE ROTAX Challenge. Hunter Motorsport in association with KAA and Sam Pollitt Racing is a standalone in the ROTAX classes. There's Pearson Bullock Carter. Passing our onboard camera there. William Pemble dropping to 20th. Bullock Carter up to P19. And we'll see Kai Hunter racing out in the Middle East as well as the UK.
It's been a tough race this for William Pemble, as you say. There's another one of the strawberries on the move in a positive manner. That's Bartle through past Kai Hunter. William Antrobus there is definitely a driver to keep an eye on this weekend. Won the junior race here last year and was a winner on Sunday, one Sunday ago, for the recent Whilton Mill Kart Club round. So it was a bit unlucky in qualifying earlier on today, but we know that Antrobus has got race pace. We're talking about it with Kian Bernard stepping up from interclass to junior class. Antrobus similarly seems to have found his feet here in the seniors. Meanwhile, we go back on board with Pemble.
Yeah, let's have a look at a full lap of Whilton Mill on board a senior ROTAX kart. You come out of Oblivion, up through past Fine Lady, through Christmas Corner, now across the top. Look at the camber difference there. You've got to use the curb. Ashby's so tricky. Downhill, tight late apex, off camber. Now we're in to the next left hand. Is that Wilkins? And then down towards Ogiers. He makes the move on Pearson Bullock Carter. Can he get the kart slowed down over that exit curb? You could see the difference in tarmac there. Look at the abrasiveness of the track surface there. And now you're going to the difference in tarmac as you come out of the boot across the line. That is 46.31 seconds worth of senior ROTAX action. And even though he made the move and had a good lap, Pearson Bullock Carter goes straight back at him.
Yep, and we've got the move done there for 18th place. There was the 395 of Luke Bate, another one of the runners for Jack's Motorsports, trying to battle his way back up into the top 20. Here's your race leader, Matthew Higgins. Archie Walker there in second place. Looking pretty calm at the moment. And a bit of update once again from Nicole Sutherland.
Right then, boys, I'm just stood down here looking at the times between Higgins and Walker. They keep changing amongst themselves of who has those quicker laps. Previous lap, it was Walker that was quicker. Now Higgins has picked the pace up once more, but I think Archie could have the time within this one, actually, to maybe close that gap.
Yeah, he's definitely got the time in his hands to close in on Matthew Higgins. I think the question is, though, how much effort is it going to take? How much tyre is it going to take for Archie Walker to close in? Matthew Higgins, so much experience in his karting and racing career, will have a game plan, I'm sure, of how to deal with the next 90 seconds plus one lap. Should mention as well, congratulations to Archie's mum and dad, Darren and Joe, the recent recipients of the Wera Tools Excellence Award. Mum and dad team both working on the spanners for that one.
Yeah, that's excellent. Normally, Mum is always around the cart, either telling Dad what to do or doing it herself when Dad doesn't do it right. So maybe Mum deserving the trophy more. We'll see.
A team effort.
It's a family effort.
Out there. Well, that's Kai Veach from earlier on in the race, of course, in the 375.
Gilbert having a moment.
That's not what you want as championship leader. Gets back onto circuit, but that'll have felt a little bit rough. Going over the grass out of Ozier's corner. Big chunk of curb taken by Cian Geraghty as well. 40 seconds to go in this one. Gap for Higgins going out again. I think he's in full control here. Bit of tyre preservation for later on in the day. Remember, his drivers race again later on in the afternoon for their second heat. Everybody guaranteed a spot in the final tomorrow, but they don't want to be having to do too much work when we get to Saturday final day. Swap there between the Strawberry Racing drivers. Bartle now ahead of Geraghty, Henry for 6th place.
Out of Ozier's. Oh, Hingley there. He has a fair play to Matty Hingley. That's a brave move on the outside coming out of Ozier. I mean, is that a slim shade? It must be. It is a slim shady, I suppose. Yeah, you don't expect an outside line move there. And all credit to you and Charman for giving him racing room, because that could have got expensive. And it has invited Harry Bartle in, and now Hingley defending across the top there. That corner, the original iteration, used to be called Zulu.
Yeah.
And I, used to go down the centre of the circuit there. This is the extended, the new extension, relatively new. It's about 15 years old. Shows how long I've been racing here. Opened in 1999, this circuit, I believe. And I won a race here in the 2000. I've still got the T-shirt. Doesn't fit anymore. Shrunk in the wash, obviously.
Frame it.
Yeah. But Higgins on the final lap, half a second. So Walker does claw back a couple of tenths, but this is the battle. This is 4th place on back. And everyone's sort of being a little bit defensive going into Christmas corner there. Oh, as I say that, the number 8, is that, no, the old plate of Kai Hunter. Almost looked like he got his nose cone just caught a little bit on the rear bumper of Jack Lilly's car. A little bit of smoke appearing, but survives. And, well, a couple of corners from home. This is Higgins for the taking.
Absolutely is. Matthew Higgins approaches the final couple of corners over the line and takes the maximum intermediate score from this first round of heats. A very professional job for Dan Holland Racing. Archie Walker P2 from 2nd place on the grid. Sounds easy enough, but especially in the early stages, that race start was key for Walker to keep himself in play. Nicole Sutherland, I think, will be content with 3rd place there. A 1-3 for DHR. Doesn't put him on the back foot. He'll go for a bit more attack, I'm sure, when we get to the 2nd round of heats later on this afternoon. Hingley 4th, Charman 5th. Good drive there from Charman, showing he's definitely got the kind of form that saw him onto the podium here last year. 6th for Bartle, 7th for Geraghty. Good start to the race for Geraghty, just faded a bit in the second half of that race. Gilbert, after that moment, comes home P8. Antrobus and Lilly in the top 10. Things to think about, perhaps the likes of Kai Hunter, Charlie Cox, Joshua Graham, Finley Jones and Harrison Crowther. They're all in the top 15. I should be noted that Crowther made good progress there, up 6 spots. Biggest mover in that race, we go to Luke Bate in 19th place. Good effort for Jack's Motorsport, a gain of 9.
Lewis Goff had a problem on the last
Yes,
lap.
he did.
He disappeared off the timing and scoring sheets. Henry Gregory, Greg's on legs. Oh no, there goes Lewis. Is it 351? Lewis Goff coming in. Yeah, maybe a transponder issue. Who knows? Greg's on legs, watching from India. Looking at watching Miles Roby. Well, just as well we cut the highlights there, because I think that was Jack Gillingham there getting a nose cone penalty. Or was it the 3-1? No, it was Harrison Crowther, Harrison Paul. But he's naughty. That's Timer here, having a spin on the opening lap. Ty has qualified for the ROTAX Grand Finals to represent Bahrain. Again, in his home country this December, the first week of December. Matty Hingley, though, he was either overtaking or being passed. It was not a calm race for Hingley. Great onboard footage from William Pemble, even though Pemble had one of the races he probably wants to forget, eventually finishing 19th after starting 10th. There was Lewis Gilbert getting some serious airtime, and that was Matty Hingley going around the outside, coming out of Osiers.
I just note something is that it wasn't the biggest mover, but Harry Bartle's gain of 6 and some of the drivers that he overtook there, I think it's a good start to things in terms of racing. And yeah, it didn't have the kind of qualifying it wanted, but the pace over 15 laps in that one is definitely the case. Lots to think about for Kai Veach there. He was out on lap 1, one of 3 retirements in that race, with Jack Baker also lap 1 and Mikey Walker lap 2.
And of course, you've got his mechanic there, Aidan Neat, again, former winner in the British Kart Championship in the IAMI Cadet class, and of course, the son of British Touring Car driver Andy Neat, heading back to the pit lane.
Yeah, a real shame for Veach. I'd say that the one solace there is with 31. Everyone does go through to the final on Sunday, but Veach looking to get back to
on Saturday.
Oh, there we go.
Can I just say,
1-0.
ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's 1-0. I would have guaranteed that I would have said that first. Nicole Sutherland, though, is with Archie Walker. And Nicole, we need to answer a very serious question. Who deserves the Wera tools more, mum or dad? That's what we need to know.
Thanks, then, boys. Archie Walker, second in that race, and a second to last event for you as well. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, second to last race. Just got a lot of stuff going on with life now, so I have to slow down a bit. But I have no doubts I'll probably end up at a kart track some point next year. I probably won't be able to stay away. So
I know you've been in the sport, your dad was saying, 10 years. You started in Honda Cadet, you've worked all your way up to seniors. I don't think anybody ever leaves and never comes back. But before you hit that point, do you actually think that the performance for yourself is going to ramp up because you've maybe got nothing to really lose at this stage?
I think I'm the most motivated I've ever been in a kart. Before this event, I was trying to drop loads of weight. I've never done that before. I was just, I feel like I owe it to myself, these last 10 years, to work hard for these last 2 races and see what we can achieve and do justice for the team as well.
Well, we'll see where it gets you then at this weekend and for the remainder of today. Archie, like we said, ladies and gentlemen, second to last event for Archie Walker. We'll head back up then to hear from some of our championship partners before our next race.
Time for Minimax 950 to start their first heat of this weekend. Bit of a mixed-up grid after timed qualifying earlier on this morning, but it's a familiar driver on pole position. Emerson McAndrew, new GP plate holder, will start this one from pole position. Aidan Hammond absolutely got things right in TQ, starts P2. Lucian Smith and Nelson Taylor go from the second row of the grid. It's Riley Morrow and Maximilian Eberhardt on row 3. Sebastian Behrman and Ryan White looking for good weekend start on row 4. Achille Giannone was another driver who went early in qualifying, got his times in, starts on row 5. alongside Alfie Ward. Otis Cleary and Tom Reed start on row 6. Alfie Mayer, championship leader in the mid-pack, starts on row 7 alongside Jensen Walker. It's James Roots and Max Jolly next up on row 8. Harry Radcliffe and Austin Oman go from row 9. George Quinlan and Soren Gallagher start inside the top 20 there on row 10. Row 11, Christian Sanguinetti from Canada and Elijah West. Noah Hammond and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer go from row 12. It's then James Devereaux and Lewis Herbertson on debut here this weekend in the championship, starting on row 13. Josh Cormack starts 27th and last. About a third of the field went straight away at the start of the 6-minute qualifying session. The other 2/3 held back, did slightly less laps than those who went early. But in the end, it was all about keeping your head and getting the laps in earlier on today. That's what's given us this mixed-up grid. It's now dry conditions for our Minimax drivers. We are away and racing. It's a good start for Emerson McAndrew, Uren, Lucian Smith immediately up to P2 as well. Aidan Hammond looking to hold in third. Good start for Riley Morrow by the looks of things in the 122, already up to third place. Minimax 950 in 2025, Henry, have given us bags of entertainment. Oh, bit of a spin there for Josh Cormack.
It's gone from bad to worse for the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver. There's a kart that we're not used to seeing up at the front, but I'm very pleased we are. Achille Giannone,
yeah.
That EKS chassis. Very, very distinctive bodywork on that kart. That, yeah, the white, red, and sort of, it looks like it's sort of a blood orange liveried kart there. But Giannone did a great job in qualifying as, you know, a privateer entry, and now it's a case of, hey, hang tough. He's going to defend every position because, hey, this could be, oh, he gets elbowed wide there, however, and that is the problem, that a lot of these drivers you have, you know, if you're not used to running up at the front, you have one good performance, but the regular front runners, they don't know you, they don't know what you race like as well, so until you sort of earn your stripes, as it were, then you sort of tend to get elbowed out of the way. Oh, and there's a problem there. That's a nose cone caught underneath of Maximilian Abrahart, the Travis Perkins sponsored driver. Now, there are a few names missing from the Minimax field. There's a lot of drivers out testing at Sano. They're using the... Oh, my goodness me! That's Sebastian Behrman. And that kart sped up when it hit the grass to show you just how slippery the grass is. Luckily, Sebastian is fine, is back in the race. Yeah, so there are several championship contenders missing from this round. There are in Italy. I know that I've seen, well, I mean, luckily, I know some of the Strawberry mechanics are out there. I've seen Dan Mulvaney looking after Mark Baines. So Dan's running the Strawberry arm, the Strawberry Junior thing there. He's got his assistants with Mark Baines because, you know, it's Mulvaney's team now. Apparently so. So I'm told.
That's an exclusive.
Exclusive. He's got his apprentice, Mark Baines, out there working for him.
7 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Pretty close at the front, just half a second between Emerson McAndrew and Lucian Smith. Looking a little bit further back, there's James Roots trying to defend from a number of drivers there, including George Quinlan in the 171 for Jack's Motorsport. As I say, you've got some drivers, Tom Reed being a good example, who need good progress in this first heat, knowing that McAndrew, who sits fourth in the points at the moment going into this weekend, Reed one spot behind in fifth. They've got to make early progress, get some good scores on the board, not give themselves too much work to do in the second round of heats later on today. And then, of course, the super heat tomorrow. It's that same again, 2 championship points awarding stages across the next 2 days of competition, and one of them just being the final on its own. Here are your lead 4. Really good to see, Henry, that Aidan Hammond, you mentioned Achille Giannone as one of the really good surprises from qualifying. Aidan Hammond, the other one. Well, and Hammond's holding himself up there in 4th place. This is the kind of bedrock that you can give for a driver that could give Hammond a chance of a first top 10 of the season so far.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we talk about the impressiveness of Achille Giannone. He wasn't even the leading privateer. It was this man, number 150, with a plain white crash helmet, all black race. Is that an Alpine Stars race suit? I can see that. No,
Oh,
it's
it's
no,
an
oh, no, other brands are anyway. They do a good range of race suits, though, Alpine Stars, I've got to say, just out of curiosity. And,
5 3/4 minutes of this race to go. Riley Murrow right there in third place. The walkie-talkie highlight reel from Kartmasters a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Oh, Giannone down the inside of Jensen Walker.
And do you know what? That's how you earn your stripes.
Yep.
That's how you might get a warning flag, you might have a little trip to see the stewards, but that is how you earn your stripes. Racing up at the front, you got to show, hey, you cannot bully me, I will go back in. You either work with me like you work with all the rest of the front runners, or I'm going to send one. And that is how you do it. There goes Giannone there, past the global, is it the global karting machine of James Roots. The Roots has not been on fire that much this year, but this is great news for Aidan Hammond. This is exactly what he needed. You know, he's lost 2 places. Okay, so Smith and Riley Murrow have got past him, but then he's been able to slot in.
No!
Oh, and that was
George Quinlan in the 171, not quite going his way, or gets back onto the circuit at least, but that was a mighty close moment. That well, I can't help but wince at when 2 karts get together on the run up to Christmas corner. Should mention as well with the Hammond family, they've got 2 drivers in this one. Younger brother Noah racing for the first time at this level here this weekend is currently doing a really good job. Another one of the privateers, up 1 position from where he started in 114, so 22nd place now at the moment for Noah Hammond.
excellent. What better if you're a privateer, Farry? You just chuck both children in the same race, so you've got twice the stress. You know, as a privateer. So, yeah, 1 family, 2 drivers. Another driver that we're talking, very impressed with, Nelson Taylor, running in P5 for Thule Motorsport. So pleased that Thule are on the ascendancy again. Haven't got, you know, a huge amount of drivers, but again, they've got a really good one in Nelson Taylor. There's Tom Reed. Splitting the difference between Austin Oman and Ryan White as the number 10 car. Yeah, so Oman slips to 9th, White runs 7th, Reed is 8th as we look down to the O plate of Max Jolly down in 13th position.
Just to say, it's been some good progress. We talked earlier about those drivers who didn't have the best of results in timed qualifying, who you'd expect a bit further up the order. Austin Oman, I would argue, is the one who's made the most progress. Championship contenders coming back up through the order, +9 now for Austin Oman. It's not done yet if you can find a way through past Tom Reed and Ryan White once again. But no, I'm glad you've highlighted Nelson Taylor, because we've seen little glimpses of performance from Nelson Taylor, but he's maybe not had all of the best luck. He's looking for that breakthrough first top 10 in a final when we get to tomorrow. And again, a good couple of heats here today can really set him on his way.
Jaden makes an interesting point that, the Hammond's kart, Aidan Hammond's kart, it looks very global karting-ish. The graphics kit. It says privateer on our sheets, so Rob Hanscom can discuss it with us later, but I mean, he's down as a privateer until we're told otherwise. Even though the kart looks very global-ish, have to say. There is the number 183, Alfie Ward, holding off Nelson Taylor. Then it's Reed has now passed Ryan White. Further back down the order, Achille Giannone, 14th, so he's lost a couple of places. He's ahead of James Roots. Josh Cormack has had a spin and gained 11 places. The Balamori Bomber, Soren Gallagher, up to 17th position. Lewis Herbertson on his championship debut, up 8 places to 18th. And Canada's Christian Sanguinetti. This is a real tough test for Christian Sanguinetti. They don't get much tougher than this in the UK, Whilton Mill, have to say. He's to 19th, although to be fair, Christian's first appearance in the UK was at Warden Law, another track which is very, very difficult to find a setup at, just because the nature of the tarmac, the undulations. A lot of people say that the Warden Law is very, very tricky to get a setup nailed on.
40 seconds of this race to go. Jensen Walker has just picked up a +5 second in race time penalty as Alfie Mayer, championship leader, has a go at Austin Owen there for 9th place. I've made a few predictions already. Some of them were reasonable in a TQ earlier on today. I'm going to make another one here.
Okay.
Just as we saw one of the SFRs there. Alfie Ward, P5 at the moment. In last week's Kart Club round was P4.
Okay.
Hasn't had a top 10 in a final in the British Championship so
He's
far
due.
this year. So
he's due.
I'm going to put it out there. Alfie Ward for best result of the year so far.
I would say, yeah, possibly outside podium shout.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, we're talking about contenders. We haven't talked about Emerson McAndrew-Ewan, who has waltzed away to a 3-second lead. Now, I mean, Dan Holland Racing, they have started the day pretty well.
Pretty well. This
I'd
would be
say
their
Jacob
third.
Ashcroft winning by nearly 5 seconds. Matthew Higgins winning by enough. And now Emerson McAndrew-Ewan winning by 3 seconds.
It's been a very, very positive start from the team in blue and yellow. Quite on the final lap just yet. This is the battle between Alfie Ward and Nelson Taylor. So as I say, I think this is two drivers here who, based on what I've seen over the last 24 hours or so, could be on for best results of the season so far, but still a long way to go in event 8 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Final lap board is now out. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan is your race leader by nearly 4 seconds. It's then this trio of Lucian Smith second, who had a good run here last year as well in Micromax. Quite a few of the Micromax drivers from 2024 stepping up, of course, but Lucian Smith had a role to play in that title decider not quite 12 months ago, but ultimately KR Sport taking the Micromax title in the hands of Luke Millward. Lucian Smith has been holding position there just ahead of Riley Morrow and Aidan Hammond. Aidan Hammond now going on the attack for 3rd place, but here once again Emerson McAndrew-Ewan looking to take the championship lead here this weekend. That is how you get started. Emerson McAndrew-Ewan takes heat 1 for Minimax 950. Lucian Smith comes across the line P2. Riley Morrow holds on for 3rd ahead of Aidan Hammond, and a positive start as well for Alfie Ward. Up 5 places, finishes in the top 5.
Watching the rest of the field come across the line. After his crash, Sebastian Behrman was able to finish the race in 22nd position, just in front of Noah Hammond, Elijah West. We saw George Quinlan have a spin, but he did also get back out, and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer completed the list of finishers. Only one retiree. We saw Maximilian Aberhart sadly come to grief in the Coles Racing number 1, 2, 3. I'm going to regret asking this question, but I believe that the whole thing with saying 6-7, is that brain rot?
I don't know.
I'm sure it's brain rot. I think saying 6-7 is brain rot. It's the skibbity of 2025.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
believe.
We're too old for that.
Well, you gotta just do the. Now, it's not a global karting graphics kit, but it does look very similar, I have to say. But yeah, I think saying 6-7 is now brain rot. But not brain rot is the highlights. Here we go. A good start for Emerson McAndrew-Ewan. He gets into oblivion out of Fine Lady, and that is as far as everyone else. That's as close as everyone else. So that was Aberhart. You could see his nose cone was almost tucked underneath the cart there, which is why he skewered off to the right-hand side. That was Achille Giannone earning his stripes, and that's George Quinlan realising that not every move at the Christmas corner works how you planned it.
A bit of an eventful race for Jensen Walker. Picked up a +5 second penalty on his way. This was a good scrap between White, Reed and Owen, but no trouble for McAndrew-Ewan, lifting off where he landed, of course, at Kart Masters a few weeks ago. Wins by 4.2 seconds ahead of Lucian Smith. And the other good news as well, due to the TQ performance earlier on today, Emerson McAndrew-Ewan will have clean run potentially to pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow if you can repeat that performance from pole later on in the day. Not done with the Rotax categories. We've got Micromax coming up next for their first heat.
Ooh.
Before we go to that, let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Emerson, there's not many things this year that you've actually not won. Are you going to save anything for anybody else?
Not really. Obviously, I'm on quite a bit of a winning streak, so just continue that and hopefully we can win the British.
You know, some serious winning streak has gone on for you this year. I've not really seen anybody else in any other class or category kind of do what you're managing to achieve. What actually do you think has helped you to achieve that so far?
I think at Dunkswell, obviously we had quite a rough weekend, and then in the final it all kind of went really well, so I think that's given me a massive boost of confidence, and now I'm really confident in the kart.
And you've had 2 teammate wins so far today. We had Matthew Higgins in the seniors, you had Ashcroft in the junior. DHR, this is their track. Your workshop is literally down there at the bottom part of the paddock. Do you think you've got a bit of a home ground advantage going on today, Em?
Yeah, this has been my closest track, so I've been here quite a lot. Obviously done a lot of test days here, testing karts, so I'm pretty confident.
Well, that confidence is definitely working. We'll head back up then because you've got more races and more messages coming up next.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Micromax UK ready to go then for their first of 2 heats here today on event 8 Friday for Whilton Mill. Good grid of drivers ready to go in this one. Charlie Page starts at the very front of the field, won in the club round here last Sunday, has Dimitar Uzanov for company alongside on the front row. Dean Singh Pahal and Chloe McGill go from row number 2. Benedictas Masiokas, championship leader, will start on the inside of row number 3 for this one. And Ted Hayward, great to see Ted there, sixth on the grid. Harris Barber and Darren Dimitrov start on row 4. Keep an eye on Dimitrov. Could provide a bit of a surprise here this weekend. Alfie Garrett won the GP plates a few weeks ago at Kart Masters. He's on row 5 for this one. Had some trouble in qualifying. He's joined by Oliver Woodall. Max Zavrich starts on row 6 alongside Arlo Gamble, who's continued to improve across the course of the season so far. Freddie Walker and Jensen Kelly go from row 7. Otto Amy and Sebastian Crawford go from row 8. Crawford on track, good times. Off track, DQ for non-compliance from the qualifying practice earlier on today, so hence why the Origin Motorsport number 16 starts from the back. The drivers on their formation lap then, ready to go for this heat race. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for our youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. Do we go green at the first time of asking? No. We'll go round again. Flashing amber light. Henry Beaudette indicates an additional formation lap.
Yes, I wanted to say one quick thing. Otto Amy were here. Otto came into the British Championship this year with Coles Racing. He ran as a privateer in previous years with the help of Tom Smith. And Tom and his brother Sam Smith used to run P1 Racing that ran Ash Hand in karting. They lost their father last week. So I want to say hello to Tom and to Sam, and hope that you're bearing up as well as possible. I know that Tom has had to take a step back from running Otto, obviously looking after his father, and but still, karting's #1 Middle England tweed-wearing estate agent is still following Otto very, very closely indeed. A smaller grid than usual in Micromax. Dimitar Uzanov. Now, we spoke to Dimitar. He wants his name to be Dimmy.
Dimmy.
Yeah, Dimmy.
Dimmy Uzanov.
Dimmy Uzanov. He's got an Alpine Stars race suit. That's a good race suit, that is. Lights are out. We're off and racing, and it is pole sitter Charlie Page who takes the lead, leading the 16-strong Micromax field up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Uzanov closes the door on the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas, and a problem there for Otto Amy. So he's going to have to fight his way up from the back of the field. Look at Dian Pahal. Dian's mum won a set of Mojo tyres in a recent kart competitions live draw that I was part of, in which we gave away a brand new Tony Kart with a ROTAX engine to a James Spencer. So if you're watching, James, you've got your brand new Tony Kart, ROTAX Tony Kart package. Not bad for less than a £5. He won it 8.5 grand's worth of karting kit. And Dian Pahal's mum won a set of tyres, which she's very happy about.
Indeed.
Yes.
I'm about to become the least popular gentleman in the paddock. Those clouds looked quite threatening. Just looking over the pit straight and back towards Daventry, and those don't look very happy either.
Malevolent?
Malevolent. I like that.
Malevolent. What, a better word than threatening or malevolent?
What I will say though is we had literal pockets of rain hit around the circuit yesterday. Whilst we were doing the preview show, I was just looking over the back of it, and that's a great example of it there, where you can see there's a bit of rain just falling out in the distance. And a few times we lived a charmed life at the circuit yesterday. Were missed by the pockets of rain, not so much towards the end of the day. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on the skies across the course of the second round of heats this afternoon. 8 minutes of this one to go. Here's a move potentially for the race lead. Singh Pahal down the inside takes it away from Page, and Masiokas has got a new race lid there. Normally runs in his Ayrton Senna helmet lid. It's gone for a bit of the blue and black, akin to a George Russell almost at some points in his racing career. But anyway, Singh Pahal into the race lead. Masiokas back up to P2. Page third. Good scrap this with Uzanov, Barber and McGill all coming into play.
And again, Chloe McGill, if those of you who follow Chloe's social media channels, you would have seen the interview that she did at Kart Masters. Yes. So eloquent, so well spoken. A real You know, very, very switched on young lady is Chloe McGill. Dimitar Uzanov having a little look. Is he going to make the move? He's been signaling to Charlie Page, no, go on, you know, go, go, go. And to be fair to Dimmy, he stays true to his word. This is just another sign of the maturation of the drivers. And of course, we had some, there's Chloe McGill, just giving Harris Barber a little bit of a hurry up there. Alfie Garrett, who's, Auntie Kerry, and Auntie Kirsty are watching from work. They were discussing how they're going to not get in trouble with their boss for watching their nephew racing all the time. But, you know, AirPods are one thing, but just listen to, you know, it's all right. So, well, 6.5 minutes ago, dear Auntie Kerry and Auntie Kirsty's boss, please allow your two favourite employees to watch their nephew, Alfie Garrett, race his go-kart on a Friday in the office. Thank you very much. There we go, job done.
Only one time this year.
Well, that was every time, but only this time, only 'cause it's a Friday. But there we go, carry on.
6 minutes of this race to go. Some changes at the front of the order. Pahal first, Page second, Uzanov now up to third, ahead of Masiokas. Got to say that a number of these drivers in this category have really raised their game over the last few weeks. The victories that Masiokas was having early in the season, you know, would have been, and still leads the championship, of course. You would have thought, this is going to be a bit of a runaway train for Masiokas. Hold your horses on that one. We've still got a full second half of the season to go, and Masiokas has got some big challenges between now and the end of the championship to keep that P1 position. Another change for the race lead. Charlie Page has got that confidence, really kicked into gear at Le Mans earlier on in the summer. Knows how to win around this place. As I say, won on Sunday, last Sunday for the Kart Club, which a lot of the drivers in this field were racing in, getting ready for this latest round of the British Championships. Page back to the front of the order, but we know we've watched so many cadet age races around this place over the years, Henry. It's the old meme-fied frame, one does not simply break away from a cadet field around Wilton Mill.
Yes, one does not simply break away. Actually, if we see any more of those really nice cloud shots, you know, I gotta say, I see all the cloud shots, and all I think of is Koyaanisqatsi. And if you know what that reference is in the chat, then put it in the chat. And you're a real film fan if you do. Up the hill, Dimitar Uzanov looking again, signalling to Benedictus Masiokas to keep pushing, don't defend, as we've had another change in the lead. So Dian Pahal and Charlie Page have managed to swap the lead 3 or 4 times now and still keep themselves at arm's length from the next group of drivers, which is impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive indeed. I tell you who else I'm impressed with at the moment. Ted Hayward has not raced so far this season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, so this is a 2025 season debut for young Ted. You wouldn't know it, the driver from London at the moment running in 8th place off the back of Barber, Garrett, McGill. These are all drivers that we've been talking about all the way through the course of the season so far. Also a little challenge for our camera operatives.
Oh, go on then.
Another new driver here this weekend, driver number 68, if I'm not mistaken, Jensen Kelly. Loves his Lego. That's all I'm going to say. It's one of my favourite race lids of the year so far. So a little challenge for our... that's a challenge for 3rd place. Uzanov down the inside of Masiokas and has made it work as McGill trying to go around the outside of Alfie Garrett there. Chloe McGill with this newfound confidence in Micromax up to P5.
Yes, so you've got Jensen Kelly, he was literally, at the start of this year, I was commentating on him as a Bambino driver at Yas Marina out in Abu Dhabi. So he's very, very young to this indeed. Also, we've got Max Zvaric as a newcomer, and the number 65, Darin Dimitrov. So Dimitar Uzanov, Bulgarian ancestry. There goes the number 65 car. Now, here we go. This is camera challenge incoming.
Look at that one.
Oh, superb. Right, before I say it's definitely Chris Simpson at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner, it's definitely Chris Simpson. Thank you, Chris. But yes, again, I've seen Jens, again, just a reminder, so at the start, Jens has just turned 8.
Yep.
And what 8-year-old doesn't like a bit of Lego?
Exactly.
Exactly.
2 minutes of this race still remaining and plenty to be decided to close out the first round of heats here today. Back with our race leaders, Dian Singh Pahal back to the front of the order. Charlie Page running in second place. Charlie Page had a good run a few weeks ago at the British Kart Grand Prix at Kart Masters, but so far in the British Championships has yet to win a final or finish at the top of an intermediate classification. Best results so far this season back at Warden Law, a couple of second places across the 2 championship points awarding stages that kicked off this championship campaign. Charlie Page has got a good chance here at finishing the first round of heats at the top of the standings, but has got to find a way past Dian Singh Pahal, who has sampled victory so far this season. That brilliant run at Dunkeswell earlier on in the spring, of course, where we saw number 23 finish P1. Plus 5 second penalty for the number 62.
Dimitar
Uzunov
so
is going to be dropping down the order at the moment from 3rd place all the way to probably around 12th.
Yeah, and of course, not only did Dian Pahal win at Dunkeswell, he also won in the UKC round at Warden Law recently. Again, he, a good Cully, his dad, the whole family, they're great. I know them well, and although Dian has requested that I never commentate on him again because he only wins when I'm not commentating on him. I was ill at Dunkeswell, I wasn't at the UKC. He won both times. Every time I am commentating on him, he doesn't win. So we're hoping for a reverse curse of the commentator. That'll be something.
That would indeed. 15 seconds of this race to go, so there'll be 2 more laps for the drivers in this heat. Just looking at the times, they're pretty even across the top 3. Everybody in the 52.6s. In fact, make that the top 5. Everybody in the 52.6s. Uzunov trying to defend, but at the moment that's going to bring more drivers into that 5-second range. In fact, I'm seeing 2 plus 5 second penalties on my screen here. Henry, that's of course to be confirmed by the final results. As down the inside goes Masiokas for 3rd place on the road. McGill's going to try and find a way through as well. Uzunov takes the centre of the track there into Wilkins' corner. Chloe McGill at the moment on for a net 4th place, but she wants it on the road. And there's Alfie Garrett as well. Had a difficult qualifying. There's another driver who has been in good form. Got that GP plate, of course, a few weeks ago. Was 2nd in the club round last week. Missed out on the win by less than a 1/10 of a second. Last lap board is out. Singh Pahal continues to be your race leader. Charlie Page, though, has got a number of opportunities here to take this race win.
Now Pahal defends all the way up the hill. Page swings out very right. Page is going to get a great run across the top. Watch for Charlie Page to have a look going down the inside into Ashby's. He'll swing wide. He'll try the crossover. I think Page has not quite timed it perfectly. I thought he had. Pahal defends very, very well. The Richardson Chassis Engineering team, who a couple of weeks ago guided Heath Smith to the Mighty Bambino MSUK title. Page again has a look. Oh, that was the closest, most concerted last lap challenge we've had so far in any of the classes. And Dian Pahal crosses the line. Well, there was no tyre saving, thinking about, well, we'll just wait till the next race in that one from Charlie Page. That was an all-out assault on Dian Pahal, who was just about equal to the every question that Page asked. Dian had the answer from early stages yet in what I think could be a show stealer. Micromax this weekend.
And I tell you what else that race has kind of just brought into my mind, Henry.
It's brought one thing to mind, that Dian needs to think very carefully about the funny pose he does at the start of the year for his winning pose.
Over the last, what would you say, 18 months, we've seen Dian, particularly in heats, regularly be able to get to the front. That was a really good, calm drive to get to the front and stay there. That's another marked improvement for Dian Singh Pahal. Is like, got race win. Right, okay, what's next? Charlie Page P2 in that one, as we say. Benedictus Basiokas third. Good drive once again for Chloe McGill, who did get 4th place on the road.
Yep.
Harris Barber 5th. Dimitar Uzanov 6th, plus 5 seconds. Drops Uzanov to 10th. So we'll be ahead of Darren Dimitrov once those plus 5 seconds are applied. I tell you what else, 2 other drives I'm going to mention. Sebastian Crawford up 8 positions for Origin Motorsport. That's a great drive. And Arlo Gamble as well, up into the top 10, a gain of 2.
Yes, as well as Arlo, one of the youngest drivers in the field. I'm looking there, Oliver Woodall, Arlo Gamble, and Jensen Kelly. There is Jensen. As we look back, and there were plenty of highlights under the malevolent stroke threatening clouds that we got now. No one's got the Koyaanisqatsi reference from the clouds. You need to look it up. It's fantastic. Artwork there from the camera crew, and some great racing on track. Now, Basiokas had the red and black attack was not quite then got the target quite on for that one. I don't think they were missing something, because Alfie Garrett eventually finished back in 12th place on the roads. The red and black attack, you know, again, they've got the crosshairs dialed in just a little bit more.
Indeed, the race continuing with Dhyan Singh Pahal taking the win from Charlie Page. And yeah, more racing from those drivers later on this afternoon. Their second heat will be at 4:10. Let's head down though once again to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Our youngest class then just finished their first race, but just because they're the youngest does not mean that they didn't put on a show, because Dhyan Pahal, that was a really good battle at the front. Can you tell us, was it enjoyable, and can you tell us how you came out on top?
It is amazing race from the start to the end. Charlie was mint, Ben was mint, the rest of the grid were amazing. From the start, I pushed Charlie through. First few laps I pushed him, I made a move. Ben got behind me, and then got back overtaken by Charlie. Charlie went in on me, I pushed him around for another lap, and then overtook him. Then we came to the finish line, and it was great.
And then, Dhyan, there was a lot of overtaking going on, but for you, what would you say are actually the corners on the track where it's easiest to get in front of your competitors? Where are those hot spots on the circuit?
Christmas is definitely the #1 overtaking spot. But the second 90 left is another amazing overtaking spot. The track is amazing. So many great overtaking spots, fast and flowing. It's just a perfect track.
Dhyan, great to hear from you. What we're going to do is swap you out with Chloe McGill, so we'll get you two to swap places. Chloe, that was a really good race. I think P4 in the end for you, which is one of your best results so far in the championship. Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, how you felt coming into this weekend and what it was like on the track just then?
Yeah, so coming into this weekend, I was just trying to keep myself calm and positive and thinking about the racing, how I can make them cheeky moves and to get up at the front, but I'm really happy to be back.
And this year then, Chloe, you've had a bit of a team change, but you're still sporting a pink-themed sticker kit. Can you tell us about what it's been like jumping over to SPR instead of SFR?
Yeah, it's been a deep breath for us, really. We thought, why not let's take a change? It's been a really difficult year for me. I've been struggling, so it was kind of hard for me. So we thought, let's take a change. We took a change, and it's just been absolutely amazing.
And Chloe, you've not just been doing the British Championships, you did a bit out in the UAE at the start of the year, and were you at Le Mans a couple of months ago as well? Can you tell us about some of maybe the European races you've been doing?
Yeah, so we went to the Old Plate in Dubai, and that was a really good weekend actually. Different tyres obviously and everything, like we were on Mojos, and it was difficult, very hot, and it was close battles, but yeah. And then in Le Mans, it was amazing, like that was the best result we had of the year. I was battling for it, I was going in on them sneaky moves, last lap cheeky overtakes and everything.
Well then, Chloe, we can see if you'll do any more cheeky overtakes this weekend. Good luck for your next races. We'll head back up then because Tillotson's are out very shortly. But before, let's listen to this.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Whilton Mill. It's event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. No competitive action on the track at the moment. This is the non-qualifying practice for the Tillotson T4 Junior category. Great, Henry, to have back again this weekend. We've seen him in previous years as well, particularly events at PF International. Can you remember back in the day?
We had them at the, was it the O-Plate at the start of the year?
ROTAX O-Plate, yes.
Yes, ROTAX O-Plate at PFI at the start of the year. That was their T4 Nations Cup qualifier, because the Tillotson T4 World Cup is held in Valencia at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero every September, so it's coming up very quickly. And Ralphie Branscombe won that. I'm not sure if Ralfred is going or not. They were trying to raise they were trying to raise the funds to go, and the Branscombe family had their they had their funds even more stretched when their van broke down, which wasn't great. So Ralfred, Ralphie, so Ralfred, well, that's Ralph and Alfred, Ralfred. In the number 96 Kart, of course, last year's Honda Cadet British champion. He's been doing a variety of different championships this year, sort of stepping in and out where funds allow. I think he's done a bit of Junior ROTAX in the Kart Championship. I think he's done a bit of UKC. He's done sporadic BKC appearances. But of course, this is an international field. Ferenc Hevesi in the number 77 Kart. Now that's Amelie Akits in the number 11, who has made her way into the pits. Some of these names will be a bit familiar from you from the start of the year.
Yeah.
Harry Gardner, Ferenc Hevesi, Ronnie Legg also was in action at the start of the year. These are the juniors. There's only 7 of them. But of course, it just gives us more of a chance to talk about the Tillotson T4 package. That 4-stroke engine. Durable. Very popular in Ireland.
Very popular in Ireland. A number of the drivers in the T4 scene racing at Lutz Corner. Was it last weekend or the weekend before for the Irish Kart?
It
GP?
was it wasn't last weekend. It was weekend before. Weekend before. Yes.
Ralphie Branson currently fastest in this session. There's Ferenc Hevesi on your screen. So it's had a good set of results so far in the Tillotson T4 UK series. You've had 4 or 5 races so far this year. Ferenc has been the class winner for 3 of them. Ronnie Legg has taken the other 2. As I say, Ralphie Branscombe has only done the O-Plate so far this year. I had a little chat with Ralphie yesterday, because obviously viewers from last year's championships here in this paddock will know Ralphie very well. Went on to be our Honda Cadet champion, and he said that actually, yeah, there is a lot of sets of skills that are very transferable from the Hondas to this, because it's a 4-stroke engine. Just the single one of them. You know, some people say, "Oh, kart's this size, it's similar to a pro kart." It's like, well, yes, it will be similar to a pro kart, but again, you've got 2 bits of power on a pro kart. So, yeah, Ralphie's been saying, yeah, it's been like stepping back into the Hondas. It's just grown a bit, and there's more CCs there than what he's experiencing last year. Another driver I want to highlight, I say during this session, is driver number 45, Samuel Chilton. Who's running in there he is, in the red suits. Sam is a driver I'm familiar with because he's come through the Club 100 Arrive and Drive world.
Oh, okay.
So this is his first time to kind of look across into owner racing. He's getting a good amount of coaching from the MPH Karting Academy, a team based at the Sutton circuit near Leicester. Sutton in the Elms, very small circuit, but a very good circuit to learn on. It's one I've driven around myself a few times over the years. But yeah, running it well at the moment. Second fastest, third of a second off the pace set at the moment by the number 96 there, Ralphie Branscombe.
Yeah, and I've got to say, the Tillotson, the whole Tillotson sort of family, in 2022, they provided the endurance karts for the FIA Motorsport Games. And of course, that was the year that I was the team manager of the Bahamas team. And of course, the whole point of having the Tillotson package for the endurance at the FIA game is so that nations that didn't have a great motorsport pedigree, like the Bahamas, could get used to race karts, at a good level. But without sort of, the intricacies of, say, a Rotax or an X30. And I've got to say, Mark and the team at Tillotson, they were supported by Praga IPK Karting. They were absolutely second to them because, I had a team of drivers from the Bahamas. Their only ever time they'd ever been on a kart track in their lives before was at Sandown Park, Daytona Sandown Park, for 20 minutes in the pouring rain, about 3 hours after they landed in the UK from Nassau. We whipped them over from Heathrow to Sandown by car and van, got them soaked to the skin, they got on a kart track, and then, the next morning we're off on a train down to Marseille in the south of France, for the FIA Motorsport Games, and without the Albert Tillotson T4, I think that the whole expedition for our endurance team would have been a lot more stressful. Well, it would have been more stressful for me, but no. So again, Tillotson, they do have a very good place in the world of karting. Like Ralphie says, there are lots of transferable skills from Honda racing into that. Are they as quick as Rotax and as an X30? No. Are they easier to maintain? Yes. Does that mean that they're more user-friendly for newcomers into the sport, i.e. a bunch of kids from the Bahamas? Yes. Therefore, are they valuable to the world of karting? Yes.
52.26 is that a shower of, more than a shower of rain coming this way?
I wouldn't say it looks like it possibly more than a shower, slightly less than a deluge. What's the in the live chat? So what are we? Are we more than a shower, less than a deluge? What's the word we're looking for? More than a shower, less than a deluge. And there's the PWR logos on the banners there. So again, if you are PWR, they are in the main building, the red and grey building you can see on your screen. If you're here in the paddock, they've got various gels and ointments and stuff like that. If you are feeling a little bit worse for wear after being ragged round, there's Ralfred checking his own tyre pressures.
Getting involved.
Well done, Ralfred.
Drivers will be out for their qualifying practice later on this afternoon. So for the juniors, 4:30 is the time. We'll have commentary on that 6-minute session. Just to go over the times from that non-qualifying practice. 52.3 for Branscombe, 52.73 for Samuel Chilton, as I say, stepping over into the owner world. Has experience of this circuit from the Club 100 Junior Championships. Also, we didn't mention Pierre Carnet, the French driver, third fastest in that one. Pierre was not here yesterday. Some of the drivers were here yesterday for like optional extra practice. Pierre was not one of them, so that's really good to see from Pierre that on day one for his karts that he's on the pace. We're not done with Tillotson T4s because the seniors will be out next. Now, we have unfortunately had a withdrawal. Steph Theodorou. Another driver from the Club 100 world, a driver who I've personally raced against myself back in the endurance days, has unfortunately had to withdraw from the event. Has suffered a bit of a rib.
Well, he should have gone to get some PWR gels, and that would have solved his problem.
So we know Steph Theodorou sadly had to withdraw from the event, so we will not see the number 85 out on circuit. But we'll see the number 1 of Philip Rawson. We will also see the number 331 of Noah Rosser. For those who don't know Noah was the T4 Nations Cup winner in 2023. So very, very high caliber of drivers. Raced, all the way up to
raced at PFI.
Raced at PF. Raced in the OK category in WSK Super Cup and things of that nature. But what he said to me is like, but these are the most fun that I have.
Philip Rawson is out there. He is the he's pretty much won everything that he's sat in this year.
Yes.
And he'll be going to represent Team UK in Valencia. Henry Bell, saw him at the start of the year. Ed Davidson is a new name to me. Matt Weilerman, but Joe Bechtold and Jason Bradbury, they were also in action when the Alpha Live cameras were on the T4s at PF at the start of the season.
Matt Wildman, another driver who's stepped across from the arriving driver ranks. We have a look there at Noah Rosser, who was one of the quickest drivers in yesterday's timed free practice sessions. But again, I still say there's a little bit of water out there in that cattle grid curb on drivers right out of the final corner.
Hang on a second. Noah Rosser also won the recent Irish GP plate. Now here we go. Public service. Mr. R. Taylor has got a Pro Kart, 160cc twin engine Pro Kart. Nice. You can race in BPEC with that. Now his engine is kaput, and he wants to know where he can go to fix it. He's in Spalding. I would head. Well, Spalding is Lincolnshire.
Yep.
You could go to PFI and ask around there. Bob Astill at Supertune would possibly be able to point you in the right direction.
Yep.
Or you just phone up one of the many Honda engine tuners, Honda engine builders. You've got Tornado, you've got RPM. Look at that. Or you just that's not a problem at all. There we go. Public service, ladies and gentlemen. There's Philip Rawson, 2012. No. Yes, 2012 Minimax British GP plate winner. Philip Rawson.
And at the moment, fastest driver in this practice session is Matt Wildman in the number 21, just tucked up behind him. Number 18 of Joe Bechtold on your screen, just behind Henry Bell. God, I love that. I love that use of colour.
It's very 80s. It's like a retro. What's that? A Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Vice City.
There we are. It's Vice City.
2.5 minutes of the session remaining. Keep your comments coming in as well, and let us know who you're supporting, whether it's out in this session for the T4 seniors or in the juniors or in any of our ROTAX categories here today.
This is just practice.
This is just a practice.
Just practice.
Wildman is going to throw it down the inside of Philip Rawson.
It's just practice.
For a practice overtake into Christmas Corner. Just a bit of note on when we get racing with these guys tomorrow. They will have 2 heats each, 10 o'clock for the T4 junior first heat, 10:15 for the seniors, and then they go at 12:10 and 12:25 for their second heats, and then their finals will be at 3:15 and 3:40. So jot those times down, put the little reminders in your phone or whatever you need to do to be
mobile telephonic devices
on board with us at that time. Noah Rosser goes up to the top of the timesheets with a 51.27. Now, we should say as well, again, these are 3-lap average times.
Is this non-qualifying?
It's non-qualifying practice.
Have we got qualifying later on today?
Yep, qualifying later on today for 4:30 for the T4 juniors, 4:42 for the T4 seniors. So Rosser at the moment single lap quickest on a 51.2, but again it works on the basis of same as we have with the ROTAX. I know when we've had the KZ2s in previous events we've been able to show their qualifying, but they've always been single lap fastest sets the grid for their heat.
Which is the best way to do it if you're a purist. Yes. But of course the thing in KZ2 is you don't have the spectre of rolling over and stay back, so that's the part of the problem why we have 3-lap averages in all the other classes, because you can't stop those pesky drivers from just easing up the gas and
trying to get themselves better track positions.
Yes.
So the times on your screens, those are, as I say, 3-lap averages. A bit of housekeeping before we get on to things later on today. Rosser, nice move there on Jason Bradbury. Jason Bradbury currently 3rd fastest. Another driver I've had the personal experience and pleasure of sharing the circuit with. Very good driver, very consistent is Jason. And Jason, has been an ever-present in the T4 UK series so far this year. He's had a couple of podiums along the way. Other venues that they've raced at so far this season: Clay Pigeon Raceway, up to Wera at the end of June. They had one there, and Buckmore Park. They've had a few rounds at so far this year, and their season finale. If you do want to get involved, 12th and 13th of October at Buckmore Park for the final round of this season's T4 Series United Kingdom. That brings an end to the qualifying simulation, the non-qualifying practice, whatever you may want to call it. And Noah Rosser, the 2023 T4 Nations Cup winner, was fastest, not only with the single lap of 51.17, but over a 3 best lap average of a 51.22. Rosser repeats that performance later on today. He'll have pole position for the heats tomorrow. Matt Whilton second, Philip Rawson third, Jason Bradbury and Henry Bell completing the top 5. Joe Bachtold in 6th place, Ollie Cooper-Welton in 7th ahead of Zach Mead and Ed Davidson completing the runners in that one. Steph Theodorou, as mentioned, unfortunately will not take part in the racing action here this weekend after suffering a rib injury yesterday during practice. It's a real shame because he was looking quick on what was his first ever run in a T4. More from the T4 seniors later. Their qualifying will be the penultimate session of the day at 4:42 to be exact. For now, though, we'll go to an ad break. More racing to come.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Back into racing action then here at Whilton Mill for Event 8 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for 2025. Junior Rotax, heat number 2. This is Groups A versus C. Jared Fox-Whiteley will have pole position. Cian Bernard alongside on the front row. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Alfie McBain row 2. Archie Lovett and Harry Freeman row 3. Zach Turner and Matteo Palazzo go from row 4. Alex Shepherd up there on the 5th row of the grid is joined by a teammate William Webb. That's an all Evolution Racing row 5. Luca Holmes-Ballack starts on row 6, is joined by Charlie Wolfett for this one. Row 7, Finley Buck and Ewan House. Noah Barham and Eva Morris go from row number 8. Louis Radcliffe and Sebastian Lucia next up on row number 9, completing the top 20. It's Rex Ashley and Harry Holland. Sam Kohler and Daniel Wisniauskas go from row number 11. Benjamin Baker and Oliver White have work to do from row number 12. Jack Beasley is joined by our onboard camera carrier for this one, Conor Large, that's row 13. And then Ryan Gill completes the 27-strong field. Remember, anyone on the pole side of the grid, this is their first race. Anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid, they are at a slight tyre disadvantage. But is the weather going to mix things up here? We're not quite ready to find out. That was a false start. Henry Beaudette, so we go round again.
Yes.
For an additional formation lap. How's the air feeling out there?
Cool, but I think we're gonna. The clouds are high.
Yeah.
In the, I mean, not because they've been smoking or anything, because they're just high, as in high up. They're not low, you know. So I think we're going to be okay for this race.
Okay.
But Kirsty Hockley from one of our media contingent from Fuel Your Media, she was scurrying to get her umbrella because she went, the rain is coming, and she lives close, so she knows these things. So the pink army, we have the orange army, obviously the marshals, then we have the pink army, which is the media, Fuel Your Media, one of a number of media organisations here. On Point Media being the other one, but one of the others as well, just to make sure that everyone gets their name in. Let's have a look. How much tyre life did that one heat race take out of those drivers starting in Group B? Let's see. Jared Fox-Whiteley leads them away under threatening, malevolent, but not moist skies yet. And, oh, there's a Coles Racing Kart, the 299. Getting involved, Zach Turner.
Zach has had a good weekend so far. It's a good run through the practice sessions on Thursday yesterday. So drivers heading down towards on board now with Large. That's Jack Beasley just ahead of us. Jack Beasley on debut. Wera Tools British Kart Championships here this weekend. Oh, someone's taking to the grass. It's one of the zips that's gone wide. Is that the 6:28 wildcard entry of Daniel Wisniewskis? Yes, it is.
Yes.
So Wisniewskis flying the flag for Lithuania. Not the best of starts there. Good start, though, for Jared Fox-Whiteley. Remember, your intermediate classification leader, Jacob Ashcroft, this is the point where he and all the other drivers in Group B sit this one out. So right now it would be a tie of the lead going into the final heat later on today. Archie Lovett on the attack there. Did he pull that move off? It's been good. I had a little bit of a chat with Archie yesterday. That's a rough moment for another one of the wild cards. William Webb going for a little bit of a Dukes of Hazzard moment out of Ashby Corner.
Excellent reference there. Good. Now, of course, you may think, well, why do you start with Group A versus Group B? Well, because that would mean that the person that qualified on pole position would then be at a disadvantage for their second heat. You want, Jared Fox-Whiteley was overall pole, so therefore he's got the best tyres in this race, and he's on equal tyres with everyone else in the second race. That's the reward for getting pole position. Now we're getting word from the camera crew that my prediction, the rain would not arrive, has been proved very Murray Walker.
Let's go down to Nicole.
Let's find out.
Well, put in maybe the umbrella out soon then, boys, because the rain very likely is starting to fall down, and it's on the radar that I think some rain could be due.
Yeah, even Morris having a bit of a problem there coming through Wilkins Corner. Now, anyone who's raced around Wilton Mill will probably know there's certain parts of this circuit that seem to get slipperier, or the rate at which they get slipperier are higher than others. Yes, the rain often, you start to feel it up into Christmas Corner because you're at the top of the hill, but you can see the water on the lens.
Oh.
But you're always leaning on the brakes into Christmas Corner. You can wrestle your way around there. In my personal experience, because believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a lot of experience of falling off of this circuit. It's this next corner here into the boot. This is where people get caught out thinking, okay, it's raining, but it's not that bad. Oh no! And we had it in Minimax yesterday in one of the free practice sessions. At the moment, it's looking okay, but you can see everyone is cutting to the inside a lot earlier than they normally would. It's that far driver's right-hand side into the boot. That is the tricky zone. You really don't want to be on there on slick tyres in the rain when a load of rubber's gone down.
I can just imagine Andrew Mather driving a cart into the boot and going, oh no.
Oh no. It's gone wrong.
As a mirror signal, not manoeuvre. Oh dear. Now, Fox Whiteley for Jack's Motorsports, you know, he had a storming run at Kart Masters. I've said it before, I think there's a real talent there. Great to see the Thule livery kart, Joel Dixon Cohen, having a fantastic run. Thule Motorsport, again, rebuilding, you know, I think they lost a lot of drivers end last year, you know, but now that, the small is beautiful is, you know, the motto this year. We'll focus on a couple of, you know, we'll do you know, club races and other events, but for the British Championship, we'll just focus on one or two, you know, small team, good drivers to let's re-establish ourselves as Kian Bernard takes the lead. And Bernard goes off. There's your answer. Nicole Sutherland said the rain was on its way and it's arrived.
Now, it's Harry Holland. Harry Holland out of the race on the factory zip, although that looked more like mechanical in nature than a simple problem with the rain. Everyone making their way through the boots okay, but Kian Bernard will be kicking himself about that. He's fallen all the way down to 14th place. Still 5 minutes of this race to go, and look at how much.
5 seconds. 5 seconds have fallen off the lap times.
Archie Lovett's come to the front of this field. I've got to say, Archie Lovett seems to be back on form. Had a very tricky 2024, but things going in an upward trajectory this season. But this is going to be a tricky prospect now, as down the inside, Joel Dixon Cohen up to second place. Harry Freeman's on the move as well, has already made some really good overtakes so far, inside and outside so far in this race. Oh, that's a close moment between Palazzo and Fox Whiteley going through Ozies.
Gold chain Charlie Wolfett there in 5th position. Fox Whiteley beginning to fall down the order, down to 6th. Finley Buck is there in 7th position. Luca Holmes, Ballack, Alfie McBain, Kian Bernard. That one mistake dropped Kian down to 10th, although now he moves back into 9th place. Connor Large, what a move there from Connor Large. With the onboard kart there, just sending it up the inside. You look at the different colour of the circuit. It's got very greasy now. I mean, still the drive. No, that's not gone well at all. That was always going to happen there. I was going to say it's scary enough trying to outbrake into Ashby's the dry. On slick tyres in the rain, it's terrifying. And that was always going to happen, where the driver about 7 kart lengths back braked a little bit too late, and the 6 karts in front of them all went off. They all somehow managed, or someone's had a spin. Does that look like maybe Alfie McBain's race suit? No, there's McBain. He's still out there, so somebody else had a brief rotation. I think it was Jack Beasley who went around. Eva Morris has climbed back up to 18th after an earlier incident. Finley Buck there. There is the 627 of Rex Ashley. Not a good race for drivers for the on zips. Rex driving. It's actually a Tony kart, but he's got a zip race suit on. Now Finley Buck. Now of course, Bumfluff Buck. I mean, with the amount of friction that he's got going on in his top lip, I think Finley could be all right here, because the one time the Bumfluff moustache might work.
Bit more weight.
Bit more weight, but a bit more friction as well. You know,
sorry, Connor Large taking so much curve there. I thought our camera was making a bit of a break for freedom. Now that's a nice move. Buck down the inside on Palazzo. That is for 9th place. Kian Bernard trying to break away from this group, as down the inside there goes Benjamin Baker. I tell you what, Benjamin Baker's having a heck of a race. Up 12 places so far in this one. Oliver White as well for the Hunter Motorsport team. I think he might have had a little bit of an issue last time around. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Here is your battle for the race lead. Archie Lovett, Harry Freeman and Charlie Wolf at 1, 2, 3. Now, what did I just see there on the on the Digi flag. What notifications have we had recently? As here goes Freeman down the inside of Lovett for the race lead. Can Lovett get it back? On the outside will become the inside for Inkham. It's all over the curb, and here comes Wolfett. Great reading off the road from your new race leader, Charlie Wolfett.
And the rain has stopped because the lap times have come down. Louis Ratcliffe has just done the fastest lap of the race last time around, 46.97. So you said about pockets of rain. That was like a pygmy-sized pocket. It was a teensy-weensy pocket. Kind of like Anthony Jordan's pockets when you go to the bar. Very, very small and very rarely get open.
I'm saying nothing. 45 seconds of this race to go. We still don't know who's going to win this one. Joel Dixon-Cohen. Well, that tells you what's happening with the track, and it's got back to a performance level that's allowed one of the front runners in the early stage of this race to set new fastest lap of the race. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So I'm just trying to see. Oh, he's back to 15th place, is Joel. So fell back, now coming back up through the order. Still your biggest mover in this race. Benjamin Baker with 13 gained. 2 laps to go, Henry. Through the chicane once again. Charlie Wolfett did brilliantly to find his way and navigate away through. They've dropped Archie Lovett, these two. But something tells me Harry Freeman is going to be sending one in very shortly.
Yes, indeed. And up into third position, well, new leader, Harry Freeman, new third-place driver, Noah Barham, the Anglo-American driver. Noah's parents celebrated their wedding anniversary earlier this week. Looking at the wedding photos, it's clear to see, you know, which part of the Barham family has aged better. And Mr. Barham, no, it's not you. Your lovely wife. But yeah, happy anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Barham. Noah on course to potentially get at least a top 3 finish, if not a little bit better as we start the final lap. Because now we're getting word in our ear from... well, they don't need any word in our ear. We can visually, the rain has returned. This is now a larger pocket of rain, and this could open the door for Noah Barham. Speaking of large, this is Connor Large. He's given us lots of entertainment. He's got a couple of carts in front of him. Does he want to risk it for a biscuit on the last lap? Or Freeman runs a little bit wide. Barham takes a different line into Osiers. There's Lovett in fourth. Ewan House in P5. Oh, great kart control. Everyone sliding the back end coming out of Osiers. Love that shot. Love that shot. But it's going to be a win for MLC Motorsport and Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett, if he can get it on the last corner.
Out of the final corner, Wolfett takes the checkered flag. Who knows what is going to happen here? There was definitely something going on through the final chicane on the final lap. Wolfett on the... And there's still more drama. Look at them all off the road on the slowdown lap through turn 1 after the checkered flag. No grip at all. William Webb is buried. He's out of the kart. William's perfectly okay, but the kart is buried amongst the tyres there. I think everyone was almost doing a 100-metre dash dip to the line and then realised, oh, hang on a minute, there's a left-hander here that we've got to get around.
Well, that's why they call it oblivion, because half a dozen drivers ended up in oblivion at the end of that race. Charlie Wolfett with the win. Looking down the order, Jared Fox-Whiteley, disappointing for Jared. He had the pace of the dry, but in the mixed conditions, both he and Joel Dixon-Cohen dropped down the order. There's a look. Daniel Visinauskas finishing 21st. Then it was Alex Shepherd, Sam Kohler, Sebastian Lusch, Jack Beasley. Now, this is going to be interesting. Okay, well, I mean, Dave Hillary's the iPad of Doom will be working overtime after that one. But that's understandable in the mixed conditions. Now we have got, let's have a look. What is up next? Senior ROTAX. Well, they will have been down on the grid. I wonder, I might just do a little bit of investigative journalism.
Have a little wander.
Have a little wander and see if anyone's on wet tyres.
Indeed. This is one of those results, ladies and gentlemen, that is provisional with a capital P. For that reason, yeah, that's going to be a front fairing for Findlay. Buck, unfortunately, was 5th place on the road, 5 seconds. Oh, wow, that's going to drop him all the way outside of the top 20. And as I say, there could be quite a few drivers who, after everything that was going on in that one, have a similar fate. Not done, of course, for Junior ROTAX today. Well, you are if you're in Group C. The A versus B race will be at 5 o'clock later on this afternoon. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from, if you're just joining us, a rain-affected second heat of the day for Junior ROTAX. Early casualties, Daniel Wisniewski's taking to the grass. That was a moment for one of the Evolutions running wide out of Ashby Corner. That was the moment for Ava Morris. This was as the first band of rain came down in the opening third of the race. Then it stopped and then it came back again with a bit of a vengeance. Kian Bernard had the race lead. This was the moment he lost it, lost around 13, 14 positions with that slide off the road at Wilkins Corner. More dramas in the middle of the pack as drivers outbraked themselves as the second band of rain came in. Plenty of overtaking. This was a great one from Charlie Wolford, and in the end was the key moment. Lovett and Freeman, very close quarters action there. That allowed Wolford to get through. Freeman did go on the attack, but Charlie Wolford using his experience to stay calm as heavier the rain came down towards the end of the race. Wolford won it by 2.2 seconds ahead of Barham, Freeman, House and Buck. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Charlie Wolford, so that race, busy one and a nice little move in the late stages. Do you think at all you were helped by the rain?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I mean, it always helps being in second. You know, when you're out in the front and it starts to rain, it's quite hard because you don't have a person in front to guess off. So, you know, it did kind of help us being in second, and I felt that the rain was coming. So, just let Harry by, and then when onto the last few laps, just done him when he coming down into the bowl. So yeah, not too bad.
And with the overtake on Harry then, it looked like he was maybe just struggling a bit with the rain, maybe overdid it in certain spots. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, you know, just went in a little bit too hard, which is unfortunate. But again, you don't have a guess mark, so it's quite hard. So, yeah.
Well then, Charlie, great to hear from you, and we'll see how you get on for the rest of this weekend. As we say it out of the corner of my eye, I can see that the rain was really heavy, and now it seems to have just sort of stopped just in time for our senior ROTAXers. So we'll head back up from a message from our partners, and then we'll see you over for some more racing.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Wilton Mill. This is going to be a good one. Heat 2 for Senior ROTAX. Damp conditions, the majority of the field, but not all on slick tyres. Matthew Higgins starts on pole position. Archie Walker alongside on the front row. Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop go from row number 2. It's then Cian Geraghty and Jack Lillian on all Strawberry Racing row 3. Ewan Sharman and Findlay Jones, they go from row 4.
And all 8 of those drivers are on slick tyres. Jack West and William Pemble round out your top 10, followed by Kai Hunter and Harry Bartle on row 6. Lewis Gilbert and William Antrobus are next. Charlie Cox and Hugh Moulton round out your top 8 rows, all of whom still on slick tyres.
Lewis Goff and Joshua Graham have also gone slicks. Tyler Harrison, Pearson, Bullock Carter also still on slicks. That's your top 20. Row number 11, Harrison Crowther, Kai Veach. Row 12, Freddie Ingram, Ty Mejia.
Still
still on slicks.
Jack Baker and DeJean Bennett are on slicks on row 13. Mark Svarich and Luke Bate are also on slicks. Miles Roby and Mikey Walker on row 15 on slicks. And you've guessed it, P31, Jack Gillingham starting shotgun on the field, the only driver on wet.
And the rain has come in again. Look how much it is beating down. That's at the top of the circuit. And again, this is what the rain was doing for a lot of yesterday. When we talk about pockets, ladies and gentlemen, I'm literally talking like a 10-meter radius, like someone's just turned a shower on one specific point of the circuit. This is what it's been doing the last 2 days. This could be a really dramatic... That'll be a false start. We'll go round again. A little bit of professionalism, I think, on that one. And look at the drivers just struggling to get through. All of these drivers on the slicks.
Now, have a look at this. Above the sky above the drivers at this point is quite bright blue. Okay. Now, as you pan back there, look at the difference. There is the one pocket of rain has already passed the circuit, but you can see above the camera that we're looking at there at Ashby's, above that camera is the start of a very large black cloud, but you can't see it there. This is really, really interesting because you've got bright blue sky. Look at the sunshine. Look at the sunshine there on one straight. And this isn't, we're not talking about like Spa or the Nürburgring or something like Le Mans. This is a go-kart circuit. And yet we have got different weather at different points of the track. Looking down, there are umbrellas up. Oh, Jack Gillingham is going to have to tiptoe his way through this field very, very quickly and carefully, because if it doesn't rain, this could dry out within the next 10 minutes. But for now, 30 karts tiptoeing through turn number one.
Oh.
4 of them are already in the barriers in oblivion. Look out for the Guy Cunnington Racing number 366 kart of Jack Gillingham. He'll be the one who can actually steer the thing through the corners. There are 2 Guy Cunnington Racing karts. There is
Harrison Crowther.
Harrison Crowther. Oh, Ewan Charman is off as well. William Antrobus is. There's Jack Gillingham. Okay, watch out for Jack now. He'll just pick them off. He's got to be so careful. Don't get a nose cone, Jack. Don't get a nose cone as you're fighting your way through the field. Okay, we started 31st. Where are we going to end up at the end of lap number 1?
I reckon he's already up to around 20th place. This is a bit of good start for Gillingham drivers.
Oh, you can see the rain heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's heavy rain.
And on the newer tarmac, it'll be even worse for the drivers on slick tyres. So Higgins, Geraghty, Bishop, Hingley, Hunter. That's your top 5. Look at how much rain's coming down at the bottom end of the circuit. But again, it's only through the crook. It's only through Fine Lady that's a particular problem. Gillingham, watch. 14 places gained already. He's up to P17. Out of the race is Mejia. Tyler Harris has gone as well. Joshua Graham was off the road. Kai Hunter going for a bit of grass tracking here in Northamptonshire as Bartle gets down the inside of Archie Walker. Off goes Lewis Gilbert.
Championship leader.
Championship leader. Freddie Ingram in trouble. And the 392 machine of Jack West for Dan Holland Racing. This is all good for Jack Gillingham. Guzzi's going through the field. Doesn't even need to overtake these drivers on track because they're falling off left, right and centre. There he was. He just passed through shot. 8 minutes to go. And you're going to see the orange, green and white Guy Cunnington Racing machine. Guy Cunnington himself watching from the sidelines here this weekend as he continues his recovery from Lark Hall. This could be a remarkable moment. He's nearly in the top 10 now, is Jack Gillingham. Harrison Crowther is probably going to have team orders now.
Don't fire your teammate off, Jack.
When your teammate has got a chance of winning this race, because everybody else is struggling for grip, struggling for tyre temperature. Can Gillingham find a way through? Out of the race is Gilbert. Gilbert's gone. Gilbert will not go any further, and that's a puncture. That's a front right puncture. It looks to me, or at least the tyre pressure was down a bit. For him, might have just popped it off the rim.
Yeah, that
for
incident.
Lewis Gilbert after that incident at Ashby Corner.
Now you'll notice the drivers taking very, very different lines going through the corners. Now obviously the racing line, the traditional dry racing line, that gets a build-up of rubber on it. Now of course, in the rain, that rubber sort of becomes like an oil slick. So you've got to try and get the car in at different angles to the corner. You've got to be the jet car saying yes. This is like when Catherine White won the senior Rotax final at this circuit in December 2020. But of course, you'll see the drivers. They'll try and not turn in on the rubbered-in part of the track. So they'll take a much wider line in. Now, of course, there, the circuit is starting to dry out again. You'll see drivers using a lot more confidence. Every single driver so far has done their fastest lap of the race on this lap, including Higgins, Geraghty, Bishop, Bartle. Gillingham is 10th. Jack Gillingham is 10th, but he's 11 seconds. There he is. Now, let's have a look at the time, because the last lap time, he was on the same speed as some of the drivers on slick tyres. So, conditions are improving. You can see the drivers now using the traditional dry racing line. They're not, well, still into Ashby's, they're tiptoeing around the outside, avoiding that layer of very greasy rubber, but then they're being more, going through Wilkins into Ozier's there, they're being far more aggressive. Now Jack Gillingham, 56.65. Harry Bartle's fastest lap of the race. Gillingham last time did 58.7.
He's similar pace to those in that kind of same Pemble. Oh, he's falling down the order. Yeah, I think it's now gone, or at least at the moment. Gillingham needs it to rain now. He needs another one of those little clouds to come over, dump a load of precipitation on the circuit as out of the race goes William Antrobus. He will not score well in this. Remember, this race, the results from it combined with those from the first race to set the grid for the next races tomorrow. At the moment, it would be a DHR 1-2 on the grid for tomorrow between Higgins and Bishop. There is Bartle on the move, going through past Cian Geraghty. I wonder as well, Henry, how much setup variation have we got across the field of those who are on the slicks? Because Cian Geraghty looked really, really quick in the early stages of this race. Now the last few laps as the circuit is coming back again towards a more conventional slick running, he seems to have lost all of his pace. Also losing out at the moment, Higgins. Bishop through, takes the race lead. Macaulay Bishop trying to get himself into play with the maths, with the championship. When we go to PF International, it's still very much in his hands, but he needs no faults, no mistakes, he's got no drop scores to play with, of course, between now and the end of the season. This is more like it for Macaulay Bishop, who right now would still be on the front row. I think it'll still be Higgins on pole position with this result as things stand, with Bishop alongside him on that front row for tomorrow.
Timer here has just set the fastest lap of the race, but Nicole has word on why Will Antrobus has sadly retired. Take it away, Nicole.
Not to take the attention away from Higgins and Bishop too much then, but that retirement from Antrobus, there's actually a fair bit of damage to the back of Antrobus's car. The exhaust has popped off of where it is placed onto the engine, so that's why he has retired. That's why he won't circulate anymore during this race. Andrew, back to you.
Yeah, it's a real shame for William Antrobus. It's going to leave him with a lot of work to do tomorrow when we get to the super heats and then ahead of the final. Again, all drivers in this race will make the final, but that's not the kind of news that the winner from last week's club round would have wanted. This is an entertaining scrap. This is Lewis Goff, Archie Walker and Matty Hindley all going toe-to-toe for 5th place. Someone's had a transponder moment, because I don't think we've seen Macaulay Bishop have a problem. We can get a shot at the very front of the field. That'll ultimately tell us where Bishop is at the moment.
No,
has he had a
Bishop's had
problem?
an issue.
Bishop's had a problem
Bishop's had an issue because he's just at a 56-second lap. And that has dropped him all the way down to 7th. Now, where is the number 1 plate? And there is another issue. That would be the 351 of Lewis Goff out of 4th position. Well, he hangs on to 5th place. So Archie Walker would have gone through. Do you know something? Jack,
good
go. Fair play. But why is he... So Jack had dropped to 26th position. So he started 31st, got up to 10th, dropped to 26th. Why is it a smart idea to pull in now? Because it might rain tomorrow.
He might need those tyres again.
And you don't want to... I mean, he's already just had a couple of laps where they've been destroyed. The team probably said, OK, it was worth a gamble. Hey, it's worth a gamble. You know?
No, I absolutely understand the play, considering that they were starting at the back of the grid. But yeah, that's the right call from Jack Gillingham. Worn but still usable for any wet racing if needed. You never know. Hey, there might be a race where you almost need like a bit of an intermediate time.
Well,
That could be quite useful for tomorrow because nobody else has used their wets so far today. So there he is. Yeah, okay. So Bishop is there. That is a genuine moment. We didn't see it on our cameras, but Bishop now running in 7th place. There's Lewis
that's
Goff.
a strange one.
So yeah, that must have been quite a moment for Bishop to lose all of that time. That has really made it almost not quite game, set and match yet for Matty Hingley, but sorry, for Matthew Higgins, but he's pretty close at the moment to he's been able to bring this one in. Cian Geraghty has a 9-point deficit in terms of intermediate points to Higgins right now. That was a nice move from one of the KRs. 375 coming through the field of Kai Veach. Kai Veach, of course, needing a big result here, having had a retirement in race 1.
Timer here is the last kart running, the Bahraini driver in 26. Miles Roby, Luke Bate, Jack West, Jean Bennett, Jack Lilly, Josh Graham, Mikey Walker after his retirement from the opening heat race. He's up to 19th position. Ewan Charman has dropped back to 18th position. Finley Jones, Pearson Bullock Carter, Freddie Ingram in the top 15. Harrison Crowther 14th, Jack Baker 13th, Kai Veach is 12th, Hugh Moulton up to 11th in the top 10. Charlie Cox 10th, William Pemble 9th, Kai Hunter 8th, Macaulay Bishop 7th. Why? We will try to find out as we now start the last lap. And we were saying a minute ago that everything was looking really good for Matthew Higgins. And then Cian Geraghty arrived.
Yeah, Cian Geraghty's pace has come back. He had a bit of a wobble in the middle of the race, but is finishing this one very strong. This will still give Higgins the overnight lead in the intermediate classification. In terms of championship, that's what he's really going to be bothered about as he tries to pull back some points to the likes of Bartle and Gilbert. But Cian Geraghty looking for a heat win here. Out of Osiers, Higgins tries to fight back. Remember, it's a 2-point intermediate point difference between a win and a second place. Can Higgins get underneath and make a bit of a touch there? As here comes Bartle. It could be a strawberry 1-2. Bartle spins out the last corner, right in the middle of the track. Geraghty wins it. Higgins P2. Archie Walker through all of that picks up 3rd place. Goff 4th, Hingley 5th. What a dramatic finish to the second and final heat of the day for senior Rotax. The rain has really spun things on its head here. Well, I thought they were just going to bring that one nice and calmly home, Henry, to the checkered flag. You would have thought in the circumstances. Geraghty, Higgins and Bartle thought otherwise.
I mean, Higgins went for the move. Did he need to go for the move? Not really, but he's a racing driver, so he's got, he had to think about it. He just got his nose cone hooked up over the back of Cian Geraghty's kart. Harry Bartle saw the opportunity, went for it, but then just clattered over the last curb a little bit too much, and that sort of jackknifed the kart round. He was very lucky not to get collected.
He was.
I think it was Archie Walker that just missed him scrambling to the inside as he came across the line to finish in what eventually was third place. Lewis Goff fourth, Matty Hingley fifth. Now, what happened to... we'll try and find out what happened to
Macaulay Bishop.
As the number 3-1-2 of Charlie Cox gets a nose cone penalty there from the iPad of Doom.
Great recovery for Kai Veach there, up 11 spots. And that could be, well, it will be more because he'll inherit Charlie Cox's 10th place. So that's a proper recovery.
The Traction Media sponsored Kart of Harrison Crowther gets a nose cone penalty. Now, this is the start of the race where it was raining and the track was wet.
Yeah.
As you watch the drivers come in complete sunshine at the end of the race. I've got to say now, Lewis Gilbert, not good news, the championship. Now, there's Gilbert. That's where he got the puncture. He had already gone off. At this point, Jack Gillingham was going forward, then the sun started shining, and then he started going backwards. Harrison Crowther going for a spin. Now, Bishop moving forward. Bishop passing Cian Garrity for second place. Bishop attacking teammate Matthew Higgins for the lead. Lewis Goff running very, very wide. And still we don't know why Bishop decided he wanted to go back to 7th place. Well, obviously decide. Something happened. And there is the last corner. You could just see Bartle just taking a bit too much curve and just jackknifed the cart round. But yeah. The mystery of Bishop continues.
It does, I'm afraid. So, well, that's Senior Rotax done for the day. Superheat at 11:10 tomorrow, final at 1:45. Let's try and piece together what happened there. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Cian, it's about 3 months you've just said since you last won a race. Nice to see you back up at the front, and actually a bit of an up and down race. You know, we had a few different race leaders. Tell us about the move on Higgins, and can you tell us as well what happened if you saw it with Bishop?
Yeah, it was a really weird race. Obviously, it was raining. It was pretty much a wet track when we started. Everyone on slicks, but the track kept getting better and better. Then obviously, I think it rained again a couple of minutes in. So then the track went worse, and then it went better again. So yeah, it was just a bit of a weird race. I had to keep adapting like lap by lap. Yeah, I think Matt made a mistake out of Ashby and ran wide, and then defended the next corner and managed to get a switch back on him.
And then when you were driving around, you know, we were questioning what was going on with Macaulay. Did you see where he fell off the track at all? You know, he's obviously a driver that's in championship contention and a driver that you got past to get that race win.
I mean, I didn't really see what happened, but he was off the track out of turn 2, so I'm guessing probably ran wide out of there. It was that was probably the hardest part of the track to get around, so yeah.
And then Cian as well, this weekend you're back in a green t-shirt. I think you did a bit of a team change midway through the season, but you're back with the Tony Kart with Straubs. Do you feel more comfortable in that chassis?
Yeah, back home with Strawberry, yeah. Definitely, I mean, I've ran a Tony Kart now for the last couple of years, 3 or 4 years, so it's what I'm used to. So yeah, just a bit easier for me to jump on one of them and be quick, really.
Well, we'll see how quick you are for the remainder of the weekend. Cian, nice to speak to you. We'll head back up then, but not before this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Ready to go racing once again then. Race 7 of the day. It's the second heat for Minimax 950. Emerson McAndrew starts on pole position for this one. Very simple scenario. If he wins this race, he'll have pole for the super heat tomorrow. Aidan Hammond joins him on the front row of the grid. It's then Lucian Smith and Nelson Taylor going from row number 2. Riley Morrow and Maximilian Abrahart there inside the top 6, and starting on the third row of the grid, Sebastian Behrman and Ryan White go from row 4. Achille Giannoni and Alfie Ward complete the top 10 from row number 5. It's Otis Cleary and Tom Reed going from row 6. Alfie Mayer and Jensen Walker start on row number 7. Mayer, of course, championship leader. James Roots and Max Jolly can be found on row 8. Harry Radcliffe and Austin Oman go from 9. Oman had a good first race earlier on today. George Quinlan and Soren Gallagher completes the top 20 on row 10. Christian Sanguinetti and Elijah West go from row 11. It's then Noah Hammond on championship debut on row 12 alongside Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. James Devereaux and Lewis Herbertson form up the last full row of the grid. Josh Cormack completes the 27-strong field, Henry Beaudette.
The Macaulay Bishop Kai Hunter mystery has been solved by none other than World Championship winning mechanic and dad, Barry Ashcroft, who told me that they just drove off away to oblivion of their own accord on their own. So thank you to our eyes in the sky, Barry Ashcroft. Yes, there was no help required, no assistance required.
Just mistakes.
And what a mistake to make. There we go. Oh, nice crash helmet there on the on the penultimate row of the grid. That's a new one. It's a Gulf blue and orange crash helmet, which always sends shivers tingling in your spine. Oh yeah.
Order of events in terms of intermediate points going into this one. If you missed the race earlier and you don't want to know your the result, close your ears now. Emerson McAndrew ran first, 0 points. Lucian Smith second, 2. Riley Moreau, Aidan Hammond, Alfie Ward, all in the top 5 at the moment. Track probably still a little bit greasy in places out there. The start could be key here for drivers making their way up to Christmas Corner. Are we ready for a race start? Yes, we are. Very even across the front row. Aidan Hammond got a good start. Was it too good a start?
I was about to say, was that a too good of a start there for Aidan Hammond? As somebody runs very wide, but
Austin Oman.
Fine lady. And there's that. The 653 is the driver, Lewis Herbertson, with the Gulf-coloured crash helmet that anyone who sees Le Mans and Steve McQueen and all that. Nelson Taylor there in P6 going through, everyone else siphoning their way into Osiers and out onto the middle straight. Emerson McAndrew. And so interesting little fact that well, I have to credit Alpha Live's producer James Fitzhugh for this one. Is that Emerson McAndrew, his raison d'etre this year is to secure as many grand final tickets as he can. So he's already won 1 through the Euro Trophy, 1 through the International Trophy at Le Mans. He obviously gets another one if he wins. He can only go once, but he wants to earn as many tickets as possible. He says he has 3 already this year. But hey, if that's what keeps him motivated, then, you know, because of course, all these ROTAX drivers, yes, a British title is one thing. They are looking at the ROTAX Grand Finals, the unofficial World Championships for ROTAX racing. That's what they're all sort of aiming at, Bahrain at the end of the year. And of course, Emerson McAndrew, and he secured his ticket early. And then you think, okay, well, you know, how do you keep yourself motivated? Well, you want to win every ticket. Every single ticket you could possibly win. Obviously, then the tickets that if he wins 4 tickets this year, he gets the ticket that he has to use is the one for the International Trophy, because that's the highest ranking ROTAX event. So the other tickets will get distributed to the next driver in line at that particular event. So yeah, he's not taking tickets off other drivers. There will still be 72 of the best Minimax drivers anywhere in the world. Off goes the 144 over the grass. That's a problem for Lucian, who was second in the intermediate classification. Don't forget, coming into this race now, Ryan White chasing Nelson Taylor, and Taylor now looking to the inside as the human highlight reel runs a bit wide. Riley Moreau drops a couple of spots.
Tell you who we need to keep an eye on in this race, Henry.
Yes.
Josh Cormack up 17 places as Ryan White looks down the inside into Ashby Corner. Taylor trying to fight back once they get to Wilkins. We'll switch to the inside for Roses. This is really good racing once again from the Minimax drivers of 2025. But keep an eye on the Scotsman, kart number 9, Josh Cormack, just at the back of this shot, as that's going to get a little bit close between Riley Murrow and Alfie Ward. Otis Cleary in there as well. Who else is joining the party? Another one of the SFRs looked to be on the team. Well, that was Alfie Ward recovering. 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. This is all over 4th place, so it's about 4th place all the way down to what we'd say probably around Elijah West in 16th. Once again, Ryan White defending from Taylor there. But as I say, where is Cormac in all of this? Cormac's now got ahead of Tom Reed. Once again, Taylor steps through, gets through past White. Murrow's now going to have a go. Murrow tries to respond into the next corner. Sebastian Behrman's now on the scene. Good move from Behrman. Likes this place, ran well here last year in Micromax, is now up to P6.
Danielle Short watching at home, formerly of this parish, should be coming down to watch later on, tomorrow, sorry. And of course, we're looking at you know, the Strawberry racing drivers. Adam Mulvaney out in managing the Strawberry junior team in Sarno this weekend with his assistant, Mark Baines. We'll be watching Tom Reed's progress.
Indeed, 5.5 minutes of this race. It's still a really entertaining pack. Just on the outskirts of the top 10. Lucian Smith trying to fight back that Mercedes. In fact, that is in the top 10. Down the inside of Jensen Walker for P9. Jensen's who's got a new helmet. I think a bit of a Lando Norris inspired lid for Jensen Walker now. So up through the other one. Someone was sending it in there.
If he got that one slowed down.
Giannone?
It was the orange it was the orange crash helmet. I think it was a Hunter Motorsport or a Sam Pollitt racing kart. We'll have a little look there. But if that driver got that kart slowed down, let's have a look. It was the number 126.
Yeah.
It was 126, and he did get it slowed down going in the corner because he arrived at a rate of knots as. Right. Well, there's Achille Giannone. Again, fighting with, he's just been passed by Josh Cormack. Cormack, let's not forget, started the first heat last, spun on the opening lap, and still came back to finish in about 15th position. So without the spin, he's already up to 13th. A top 10 is easily within reach for the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver. He's now behind Tom Reed. So the farmer, Tom Reed, and there's a move from Murrow. Picking off Nelson Taylor up at Christmas corner. Sebastian Behrman goes through as well. Taylor now defending what is 6th position. But not for long, now down to 7th. Oh, the Balamory bomber. Soren Gallagher out of the race. Why go to the Balamory? Well, he's actually from the village in very northernmost tip of Scotland, almost the Hebrides there. They filmed the kids' TV show Balamory.
3.25 minutes of this one to go. I'm really impressed with Sebastian Behrman and how he's weaved his way through to a nicely gained 4th place in this one, and there is a bit of a gap up to Maximilian Eberhardt up there in 3rd. And Eberhardt's got a good track record around this circuit, won in the Micromax class here for the season closing visit of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships to these parts in 2024. So Behrman from Murrow. Alfie Ward has fought back nicely in this race as well. The other Alfie, Alfie Mayer, championship leader. How's he getting on? Well, he's gained 2 places in this one. 11th spot.
He's still having one though, isn't he? Alfie Mayer is still having a mare. Jensen Hookey reminds us, of course, I did know that, of course, Emerson McAndrew-Uren's older brother, Aston, gave up karting to give, because they could afford to have one wagon drive with the family. And Aston realised that, he maybe, Emerson maybe of the 2 brothers, Emerson might be the quicker, and so very selflessly gave up his career in the seat to give his little brother a chance, and my word, hasn't little bro repaid that faith. as he now leads Aidan Hammond by 2 seconds. Maximilian Abrahart, that is a very important drive for Abrahart.
Yes.
Likewise, Behrman. Don't forget, Behrman had that accident in heat number 1, came back to finish 18th in that race, but still, he needs a good points haul. But I mean, look at, these are 7 seconds behind the top 3, and the top 3 aren't exactly nose to tail. There's the red and black attack of Alfie Ward, still on for his best result of the season so far. Harry Radcliffe. Well, I mean, and there is Josh Cormack, as they have now caught and passed Otis Cleary. So that's Reed and Cormack now 11th and 12th. Don't forget, Josh Cormack starting 27th.
It should note, though, for Otis Cleary, it's not his first appearance of the season. That was back at Lark Hall. As off there
That's
is
the 1,
Jensen
2, 5,
Walker.
yeah.
So Jensen Walker, who's having a decent race up to that point, will go no further. Giannone in trouble as well. Otis Cleary, P20 last time out at Lark Hall. So stepping up into the top 15 now. That's good progress. What a day as well for this young driver. Aidan Hammond in the 150. Kept his nerve in time qualifying earlier on today, and right now the driver from St Albans is on to hold that position in the intermediate classification overnight. If he can get this second place, well, he's got a 2-point advantage over the next driver in the intermediate classification, so even if he dropped behind Abrahart's here, he'd still have a lower score than Riley Murrow at the moment. But if Riley Murrow can gain a spot, Hammond perhaps lose a spot. It's going to make things very, very tight in the overnight standings.
Now, of course, it could be my ancient brain, what there is left of it, playing tricks on me, but I seem to remember back at the start of the season, the first round at Warden Law, was there not a repechage? There was a repechage for Minimax, and I think Aidan Hammond was one of the repechage qualifiers.
Yeah.
Because it was Hammond and Achille Giannone. They made it in through. Well, there were some of the drivers that made it in from the repechage, and here they are from repechage at the start of the season to running P2 in a heat race. On merit at the penultimate round of the season. That is an incredible turnaround in performance, a growth in performance from Aidan Hammond, and again, he hasn't got flustered. Maximilian Abrahart, one of last year's. There's Jensen Walker. At least we've had a good chance of a close-up of his new crash helmet design. It is Lando-esque. Yes.
Or older people say, is it Valley Rossi-esque?
Well, no.
That's a discussion for the.
I mean, Lando always ran the number 46 in karting because of Rossi. And he did have a Valentino Rossi crash helmet in karting, did Lando. But, Valentino, he had the smile, the moon, the half moon, half smile, here we are. There's half moon, half smile. It's going to be a big smile from this driver. Another consummate. There's no other kart in the same camera shot. Emerson McAndrew, 2 out of 2.
And may well, by the time we get to the final tomorrow, be your new championship leader. Because remember, 8 points in the championship, covering Mayer, White, Jolly, and McAndrew Uren for Emerson. If he will do the maths overnight, but it basically doesn't need to win the Superheat tomorrow. A decent top 3 finish, I think, should be enough to give him in the next haul of 65 championship points. And you look for his rivals in the rest of the top 10.
Jolly 17th?
Yeah, Jolly 17th in that race. Mayer is in the top 10 in the intermediate scores overnight, but only P9. White a little bit higher up in 7th. We could be seeing a new championship leader before we get to the final tomorrow, and his name could well be Emerson McAndrew Uren. Aidan Hammond will join him on the front row of the grid for the Superheat tomorrow with that second place. Brilliant conversion of the performance from TQ. Abrahart third in that one, ahead of Behrman, Murrow, Ward, Taylor, White, Smith and Mayer. That's your top 10 on the road. To mention the rest of the intermediate classification as things stand. These results are provisional, of course. Riley Murrow and Lucien Smith will be on row 2.
Oh, and that's got even worse for Alfie Mayer. it's just one of those things that, I mean, you look back time and time again, championships are decided, there's pivotal moments.
Yeah.
And the pivotal moment could be Emerson McAndrew, it could be not the fact that Emerson McAndrew is so quick, but the fact that Emerson McAndrew is so quick at the same time that all his rivals are suddenly hitting trouble. There was the almost too good start from Aidan Hammond. There was no in-race jump start penalty awarded, and that was one of the DHR carts running up over the back of someone else. That could have been Otis Cleary. As there's slow motion artwork there from. I mean, if I was doing A-level art, I would simply just take that clip and hand it into my teacher and say, "There you go. I'll have an A, please, sir."
This was the move from Murrow down the inside of Taylor. Good scraps for positions within the top 10. Josh Cormack was your biggest move in that race, up 15 spots into P12. Could be a factor later on in the latter stages. Clearly some good race pace for Josh Cormack here this weekend. But that's all for tomorrow, of course.
Rain? What rain?
Superheat. Superheat for tomorrow for Minimax will be at 11:30. The final will be at 2:15. Let's head once again, though, over into Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
I've joined Maximilian Aberhart then down in Parc Fermé. Max, the first race didn't quite go your way. You had a DNF, you had to retire. Can you tell us about what happened in that first one?
Yeah, it was annoying as our nose got stuck under our front right wheel, and then as I tried to turn, it snapped the other way, and then we thought the front of the cart was bent, which was really annoying, and that's why we came in.
But then in that race, you know, you've pulled it back. You really did keep yourself at the sharp end of the field. It was definitely a good race. Do you think your performance then was actually helped by knowing that you need to make up some places after bad luck earlier on?
Yeah, I suppose. It was a really good race, obviously coming third. So, yeah.
And then, Max, you know, this year you've joined the Coles racing team, you know, led by Adrian Coles, and you've got Aaron Charles in there as well. Max, how are you finding, you know, the dynamic of the team? What have they done for you this year to get you as far up as you are here at the penultimate round?
Yeah, Adrian and Aaron, they've done so well for me this weekend, and also Sam Gornall, he's been very helpful, obviously on the data.
And Sam actually is a driver that not long ago was competing in this championship, not in the mini but in the junior. Do you think having maybe somebody a bit younger who knows what it's like to be a driver really helps?
Yeah, he's very good with working with me to get faster around obviously tracks like here and Dunkswell and like all ready for the British.
Well, Max, well done on a good result then. We'll see you probably tomorrow. We'll head back up then to hear a quick word from championship partner, and then we've got more racing action coming up soon.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Micromax UK out for their second heat. Let's quickly run you through the grid for this one. Charlie Page and Dimitar Uzanov on the front row. Dean Singh Pahal and Chloe McGill on row 2. Benedict Asmasiokis and Ted Hayward go from row 3. Harris Barber and Darren Dimitrov on row 4.
Row number 5, Alfie Garrett and Oliver Woodall, Max Zavaric and Arlo Gamble on row number 6. Row 7, Freddie Walker and Jensen Kelly, Otto Amy and Sebastian Crawford are the final 2 starters. That's a GSF Car Parts sponsored Origin Motorsport livery of Sebastian Crawford there at the back of the field, the black crash helmet, red and white wagon. They come out of the final corner. It's a little bit untied in the middle of the pack, and they'll go around again.
Always happens, doesn't it?
Well, we rush
fire
through the grid, and then, you know, they don't listen sometimes.
No, that gives us a bit of time just to go through top 10 in the intermediates standings as things are right now. Dean Singh Pahal, winner of the first race, 0 points. Charlie Page, 2. Benedict Asmasiokis, 3. Chloe McGill, 4. Harris Barber, 5. Ted Hayward, 6. Sebastian Crawford, 7. So that was from the back of the grid as well for Crawford.
Yes.
8th at the moment is Zvaric. This is Max Zvaric, the youngest of the 3 brothers here this weekend, who normally race with the Cali Kart Works team out in Italy.
I have seen the Cali Kart logo, yes, and very, very nice to see the Cali Kart. And of course, even though they don't race in Thailand, Cali Kart is in Thailand.
Yes.
There is a Cali Kart distributor, and the Cali Kart brand is out in Thailand, which is good to see.
Arlo Gamble, 9th, and Darren Dimitrov, 10th.
In that number 65 kart, smart looking kart there. Bulgaria, the colours, it's Bulgarian colours, even though it's got Italian colours, and the same, you know, white, green and red. It's the shading of them, but good, very noticeable there. What price a win for Chloe McGill, I wonder? She's knocking on the door as the lights go out and we go racing in Micromax. It's almost happened.
Yeah.
I'll say this. She's not yet done a full race battling for the lead. She's got close to the lead, but I think she needs a couple of those races, like, you know, you've got Masiokas, Pahal and Page. You know, they are used to running at the front, battling in and out of the lead. They'll, you know, swap the lead over 3 or 4 times a race. McGill is in that sort of secondary pack of drivers who could win, but they need a bit of fortune to go their way. I'd like to see, you know, what would happen if Chloe could get up there and stay in that lead group in the top 4, because again, you know, she puts in the cheeky, sneaky last lap passes all the time. But yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, it's not far off, is that win. The same for Dimitar Uzanov, for Dimi, in the number 62 kart. Now, of course, you had a penalty in the first race, and I'm thinking back at the O plate of the start, at the start of the season, Dimi was the first victim of the new sort of rules about defensive driving, changing your line. On the run up to Christmas corner, he went from the inside defending and then swung out to take the racing line going into the corner. Your traditional move that everybody did up until the end of last year, that's now not allowed. It's one defensive manoeuvre. And I just wonder if he may have fallen victim to that again in heat number 1. He did have a penalty. We couldn't figure out if there's any in-contact driving, but maybe it was to do with that. And of course, it is so difficult, because if you defend going up the hill, going to this corner, if you are a sitting duck coming out of the corner. So, you know, it's a very difficult decision you have to make. It's so tempting just to swing out and take the racing line. Of course, it's force of habit. It's something that these drivers have been doing all the time. They've now got to re-teach themselves how to drive defensively. Now, there is McGill up behind Harris Barber. We've got a 6-kart breakaway up at the front.
It's looking good at the moment, this race, to deliver a little bit of spice in the second half of this second heat of the day. See a couple of comments. When's the next junior ROTAX race out? 5 o'clock. We've got this race and then 2 qualifying sessions for the Tillotson T4s, and then that final A bit of competitive action here today at Wilton Mill to round things off here on Heats Day Friday. Bit of movement going on, okay.
I mean, I'm not, please don't think I'm like asking for people to have penalties. But of course, there is like a clarification, or the rule book this year has changed, you know. But again, as long as there's been tarmac going up the hill to Christmas Corner, that's been the move.
Yeah.
Defend and then swing out wide to take the race in line. And it is difficult to, number one, police.
Yep.
It's difficult then to the drivers to get out of breaking that habit. And of course, yeah, it's not helped by the fact that we've got some fantastic cameras all over the car. But of course, it is a tricky one. It is a tricky one. And I can see why it's being done. Hey, you know, you want to defend? Fine. You defend, but then that's your bed, you lie in it. You know, you can't have the cake and eat it. That's the idea. And Charlie Page having a look. I love the way that Dian Bahal said, oh, yeah, the track's mint. I love the track. And Charlie was mint. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's the 34, Freddie Walker, out of this race. Freddie, understandably, not too happy. That looks to be a technical problem on the kart. Hands on hips. That's race over.
And Freddie was... I promised Freddie that we'd interview him in the paddock show at Kart Masters, because he came up to me and goes, can I have an interview, please? Which is great. Anytime a young driver comes up to me and goes, can I have an interview, please? That's fantastic. That's what we want to see. You know, drivers not being afraid of the media. And of course, I said I would interview. I would give him an interview on the paddock show at Wilton Mill. It's not going to be a happy interview, though.
Just to mention as well, we'll have Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge back in action this evening. If you missed out on Kim Bolton, missed out on the action. We saw some stellar times.
Excellent.
At Kim Bolton. So Rocco Shenton is our new leader on the board. So so if you want to take on Rocco against the world, well, get what you need to do. You need to go down to Race Centre.
Yes.
For the end of the last race of the day. Be there, ready to go, and you can take part if you're there first.
I mean, how many runs are we going to do? Oh, there's Dimitar Uzanov not giving way to Benedictus Masiokas. To be fair, Uzanov was in front. Masiokas backed out right at the last minute. It's cost Benedictus a couple of positions. It's also cost him a place in the lead group. Pahal and Page are now clear once again. Uzanov, McGill, Barber, then Garrett, Masiokas, Haywood, and a top 10 run so far for Max Svaric. In ninth, head of Darren Dimitrov rounding out the top 10.
And the other thing that we should highlight, Henry, he's now behind Alfie Garrett, his nearest rival in the championship. I do wonder for Benedictus, maybe just look back at that one. What can he learn? I think he's at that stage of the season. We've seen him win race after race after race in the first half of the season. He's got a very good haul of points already in the championship. All the other drivers know that they're not going to roll over and just let him win the championship. They're going to race him hard.
Yes.
Maybe that was an occasion for Benedictus just to pull back on that one. Take some solid points here today. He's still sitting in 4th place in the intermediate championship order. Right now, his advantage in the championship points, if things stay this way when we get to the end of the super heats tomorrow, will be trimmed a bit, and Alfie Garrett's still a threat there ahead of him now on the road.
Page and Pahal also not out of it either.
Absolutely not,
There's plenty of contenders in Micromax in the standings as we look at Uzanov leading McGill, everyone checking over their shoulders. But as they check over their shoulders, the two drivers briefly we saw at the front of the field, the 23 Richardson Chassis Engineering development driver, Dian Pahal, and the 33 privateer entry, Charlie Page. Oh, and there's Masiokas now having to defend against Ted Haywood. Once again, I have to say that a great job by RCE sending us the media briefing. The only team that does this And even though they've only got one driver here, Dian Pahal, they send us through a full, what do you call those things, those 8-page, 9-page things? Is it like a
brochure, I'd say.
It's a brochure, it's a sponsor pack or something like that. But yeah, so, you know, and it's all about Dian because he's their only driver, but they still do it. And other teams need to learn from this because it helps an awful lot. The leading group has closed up again.
Yeah,
90 seconds to go.
Ozanov and McGill have got some really good pace at the moment. And this is all being driven from Alfie Garrett, just a little bit further back in this group, who's the fastest driver on circuit at the moment on the 52.5 last time around. They just saw the flash of green and orange. Harris Barber still in the mix as well. Top 5 at the moment for Harris Barber, who has had a quiet day so far. I just feel like this one is coming to the boil very nicely. You've got a top 6, all still very much in play for the race victory here. 60 seconds to go. Dian Singh Pahal looking for a perfect 0 score through these 2 rounds of heats. There's a point from Ozanov to say to Page, keep facing forward, don't defend. We can both work together here to gain positions in the latter stages of this race. Down towards Ashby Corner once again. Dian Singh Pahal at the wheel, nice and steady through what is arguably the trickiest corner on this circuit. Down towards Oziers now. I feel at the moment Singh Pahal, Page and Ozanov just trying to work together as a 3 to reduce the numbers game with McGill, Barber, Garrett not too far behind. Benedictus Masiokas has dropped off the back of this group here. That, I've got to say, Henry, is a bit of a surprise.
Yes, looking at that nice up-close angle of Dian Singh Pahal's kart, you can see all the little logos across the front of the kart because he's got a number of different sponsors that have helped keep him on track. Racing Lines, Virtual Employee, RS Chauffeurs, Nuneaton Replacement Panels, and Seeker Group. I mean, if I need a panel replaced, there's only one place I'm going, and that's Nuneaton Replacement Panels. You know.
Time is up then. One more lap for the drivers to do once they've finished this one. This is lap number 12. There's a change there for 4th place. Barber through past Chloe McGill. Alfie Garrett looking for a way through also. This has been a decent recovery from Alfie Garrett. Oh, it's Ozanov as through past Page. Where's Pahal's gone? Pahal has fallen to down the field. What happened there? To Dian Singh Pahal, it means we have a new race leader. All of a sudden, Harris Barber's in the lead of this race. We were saying he was having a quiet day. Not a quiet day anymore. Ozanov looks to the outside. Chloe McGill's up to 3rd place. This race is wide open. Masiokas is back part of this battle. Ted Hayward, 7 drivers all going for the race win in unexpected fashion. Side by side there between Garrett and Page. Masiokas tries to cut to the inside. Gets back ahead of his teammate. Harris Barber continues to lead this race onto the back straight. Dimitar Ozanov still there in 2nd place. Ozanov trying to get Barber off the racing line. Is there going to be a route down the inside? Ozanov down the inside, side by side towards the new chicane. Over the curb, inside line, sprint to the finish. Here comes Chloe McGill. This could be the day for Chloe McGill, who takes heat 2 in dramatic fashion in Micromax UK. Page 2nd, Ozanov 3rd, Barber 4th. Rack it up. There we go, Henry Beaudette. First contender for Alpha Live Race of the Week.
For the lap of the week. Chloe McGill, I think, led the last 50 metres of that race, but it was all that she needed to. Perfect. And I saw her dad, fist pumping the air as he ran back up the thing. But there, Chloe McGill wins in Micromax. Charlie Page 2nd. Ozanov and Barber came out of the last corner, 1st and 2nd, finished 3rd and 4th. Garrett 5th, Masiokas 6th, 7th for Hayward, 8th for Pahal. What happened to Dian Pahal? I mean, obviously he was with Charlie Page. There might have been an issue going into the boots on the penultimate lap. But that really started everything off. That Pahal going off, and then, wow. What a fantastic Haris Barber, Dimitar Uzanov. And there's Chloe McGill's dad there just running in. And hang on a second.
That's a real breakthrough result. That, and it's been coming. It's been coming for the last
really
6 weeks.
Really nice for Dini Uzanov as well.
Oh, and you can see the emotion for Chloe McGill. And it's not ending there. Chloe's on the front row for the Superheat tomorrow. Now, it's a tie on points with Charlie Page. The tiebreaker will go back to timed qualifying earlier on today,
and
which
look
will
at
go to Page.
Dini Uzanov's dad as well, supporting, congratulating. You know, the parents are just as important in shaping these young drivers' career trajectory as the drivers are themselves. You know, if the drivers see the parents supporting each other and cheering each other on, and the drivers act likewise, because at this age you absorb what you see from your elders and betters. Oh, there's going to be some highlights coming now, but hang on a sec. There's a great smile there. We had a little bit of emotion, now the smile, and now the hug.
Says it all. Says it all. That's what this sport is all about. And as I say, for some people, you know, it's a start, it's a heat. Tomorrow, you never know, it could be a final. It could be a final for Chloe McGill. And as I say, I've watched this young lady race since she was 6 years old, and she was very, very strong in C50 back in the Coma days. She has refound her groove properly now. And as we enter this second half of this season, do not sleep on this Micromax UK category. Now, a lot of people at the start of the year thinking it was a foregone conclusion for certain drivers. It is not, because a lot of drivers, Chloe included, have really, really picked up their game over the past 6 weeks or so. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Early stages, good start for Charlie Page. Coming up to lead in the early stages. Haris Barber in the mix there as well, going wheel to wheel with Dimitar Uzanov. Dean Singh Bahal into the lead as well. And at the mid-stage of the race, we thought it was going to be a carbon copy of what we saw in Heat 1.
Yes, with Page and Bahal eventually eking away. Now, yes, there was... No, I couldn't... Well, Dean Bahal certainly didn't go off on his own. But here's the last couple of corners. So, Barber and Uzanov's going in. Here's a cheeky, sneaky move from Chloe McGill. And she crosses the line, and the image when her and there's her dad just fist pumping the air, you know, in the black cap, and mum having a hug at the side. But, you know, for any girl dad here, of any father of a daughter, we have several in this room alone, they know what that feels like. But Nicole Sutherland is chatting to what I'm assuming is the happiest young lady in Scotland. Take it away, Nicole.
Chloe McGill, I think you're going to be remembering that heat for a very, very long time.
One to remember, definitely. It was a tough race on the start. We dropped back a bit. I just kept calm and positive, and I was like, come on, I can win this.
And you absolutely did just that. Tell us, Chloe, when you were running to the line, it was really close between you and the other drivers. How did you manage to do it? What did you do in the last corner to really get the legs on everybody else?
It was a really close battle, and I could see it happening. I thought, right, I might as well defend this position, and you never know what's going to happen. And they were fighting, and I just thought, this is my opportunity, let's do it.
And it absolutely was. I think on behalf of me and the rest of the commentary team, Chloe, well done. That was absolutely fantastic. We're going to try and get your dad, Stephen, to come over as well to see what he has to say, because you are a dad and daughter duo in this. Stephen, that's a great result. It's a heat, but that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think it's just good to allow Chloe to show back all the pace we know she's carried over the years, winning championships and being at the front, the sharp end everywhere. A bit emotional, but...
And
extremely proud of her, what she's doing, but I think we needed a change halfway during the year just to kind of revitalise Chloe, revitalise us as a team. Sam came calling to SPR, and it's a big thanks to him and his team for bringing us in, because it's been a breath of fresh air for us in the garage and for Chloe. She's been made very welcome within the camp. The HRS building the engines, he's done a fantastic job. Sam and his team work so hard away from the track every day. They're on the phone just trying to push the limits to be the best that we can be and give Chloe the best opportunity she can have as a girl to go racing and compete against the boys in a very kind of male dominated sport. And it's just it's great to show that on this kind of level that girls can race just as good as boys, and congratulations to her. So very proud.
Well, there's a lot to be proud about, and I think you could be in for a very good result this weekend, Chloe. Well done. We'll head back up then to Andrew and Henry in the commentary box. We've got our Tillotsons on the circuit right now.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I just want to make one final point for drivers in terms of, you know, when you have a difficult start to the season, outside the top 15 at the start of the season for Chloe McGill at Warden Law. What a turnaround that has been from Chloe and the whole team. Right, let's focus on things for T4. Actually, we're just going to have one more look at this finish, for not just the finish of what's happening on the road, but the whole scene here, Henry.
This could be one of the moments of the 2025 season. Now, wheel to wheel, side by side, no one's got the advantage. Uzanov, he's doing everything he can to stay off Barber. You can see him trying he's giving Harris room. Harris runs out the room. There comes Chloe McGill, and again, she looks across, jumps up and down in the seat. There goes the fist. That's where she knows she's done it. To the left of your screen, you'll see Harris doesn't look happy about that, but again, it was him and Dimitar having their own run. But it's not just that. I think the montage of that last corner, and then, you know, it's the greeting at the end, the parents and the hug, reminds you to, again, at the bottom line is that these are kids and their parents. And his dad Stephen said the same thing. They're just a dad and a daughter trying to succeed in a male-dominated sport. And Chloe gave this fantastic interview where she talked about how that, and she echoed the sentiments of every female, every girl that I've spoken to in this paddock. You know, and I've spoken to in both the ROTAX and X30. They each say, "Oh,
it's raining,"
and it's raining, and well, they don't say it's raining, but all the girls say that, look, the majority of boys race us just like any other driver, and that's how we want to be raced. He said, they all say, look, there are some who target us, and they, you know, they say each driver has the different people they know target them. Sometimes it's a couple of drivers, sometimes it's a specific team. And again, I've spent all year talking to them, and it's an issue that because all the girls just look, we just want to race like everyone else, you know. And you look at the way that Dimitar Usanov congratulated her. The majority they race Chloe. The fact that she's a girl doesn't make a difference, you know. That's the way it should be. There's still going to be incidents, but then you see in other, you know, you do see, and it was quite evident, I think, that Kart Masters in one particular class, have to say that there was, and I'll say, you know, you look back at Sukmani Kira's final, and you see some of the driving that was, some of the respect that was not afforded her, and you'll see what I mean. And it's something that, you know, all the girls are saying, look, just race us like anybody else, and if you know, but don't target, you know, and if there are people that are targeting them, then they need to be called up on it. You know, that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. But no, it's true. Hey, I'm only reflecting what I'm told in the paddock by all the girls and their parents, because of course the parents, the ones sending their daughters out in the 60, 70 miles an hour machines, knowing that a couple of other people are racing them, you know, will try and smash them off, which is because they're girls, you know, and that's something that can't happen. Because accidents will happen anyway, as you can see, because it'll start raining on slick tyres and half the Tillotsons went off at Christmas corner. Now, this is qualifying. I've wittered on for virtually the entire qualifying session. Andrew Mather, what's going on the track?
It's all right. So we've had that rain shower. It's starting to grip up again. Remember, this is a 3-lap average qualifying. Yes. So I can understand why some of you at home are thinking, hang on, is there a race going on out there? I think this is all just to try and get some track position with the final lap of qualifying coming up. Right now, Ferenc Hevesi would be on pole position for the heats tomorrow, but his advantage in 3-lap average is only 8 thousandths of a second. Keep an eye on Ralphie Branscombe, because Ralphie Branscombe has got the fastest single lap, but is 9/10 back. I'm going to be very interested to see how the averages change, and they do change. Branscombe has just dropped his average down to a 54 flat, was 9/10 back, is now only 800ths back. So effectively, this is a race. This is a race in qualifying, because Ferenc Hevesi has got the track position at the front of the order. If Branscombe wants to go quicker and drop his average further still, he's got to get past Hevesi. He's got to get that track position. Likewise with Sam Chilton, who's just moved himself up to 3rd place on the road. So it's Hevesi, Branscombe, Legg, Chilton. Branscombe is going for the move. The rain's coming down again. It's doing this pockets thing once more. Half the track it's raining, half the track it's not raining. It's raining up at the top of the circuit again, but down here at the boot, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. This is going to be on the line for who's going to take pole position. It's rained in the final corner recently as well. Does Branscombe take this? Does it stay as it is? It does. It just stays as it is. That late rain shower again holds everyone's 3-lap average as it was at the end of the 6th lap.
Look
what
at
a
that.
crazy qualifying that sees the number 77 of Ferenc Hevesi in the red suit, the white helmet there, second in line on pole. Branscombe will start alongside on the front row. Ronnie Legg and Sam Chilton on row 2. Amelie Ackett and Pierre Carnet on row 3. Harry Gardner did not go out. There's a rainbow over the circuit. All is right with the world.
Over the rainbow. There are 6 drivers with very wet race suits, whose mums are all going to have to dry clean them overnight.
I don't think I've ever seen a qualifying practice like that before, Henry.
No, I haven't. And I apologise for what I'm saying, but again, you know, I look at
now that's art.
Now that's art. Look at it. Look at it's like the rainbow is holding the black clouds away from us all. Blue underneath, you know. That's remarkable. Literally, you know, it's when you do colouring in school and you have like it's like 2 different colour sky with a rainbow in the middle. It's like that. It's like an 8-year-old has coloured the sky. One shade above, ran out of that colour crayon, a different shade below.
So, the T4 juniors, they have 2 heats tomorrow, and they will be the first race of the day as well at 10 o'clock local time here in the UK if you're watching overseas. 10:15 for the seniors, 12:10 for the second juniors heat, and then 2:25. And of course, we've got the senior qualifying coming up soon, but I quite enjoyed that.
Big news, breaking. Senior ROTAX, Heat 1. Heat 2, Macaulay Bishop, non-compliance in scrutineering, disqualified. That is going, it just says scrutineering non-compliance. Don't know what it's for. That is
so that
major.
That could be a pivotal
for the championship. Yep, because already he missed the opening round, so therefore could not afford a bad result.
So let's tie this up round just whilst we are on this developing story. So that'll be a 32-point intermediate score. That will go, well, it'll drop him a long way down the intermediate classification overnight. He will still have a superheat tomorrow, so could fight his way back through. But we're likely looking, I'm just having a look at the intermediate classification as things stand. So that drops him from where? Well, it's the front row of the grid. Bishop now down to 15th.
Right, which is going to make his job even harder. Than getting. So I mean, even if he claws his way up there, he's going to be starting further back in the main event than what he
I can see him pushing back up into maybe a top 8 in the intermediate classification, but the big point being he's going to have to carry that, whatever that final intermediate classification result is, be it 15th, 30th, 2nd, whatever, he's going to have to carry
that.
it.
Yep, you can't drop it because he's already dropping the entire first round.
So there we go. That's a developing story that will keep you up to date on. What have we got next, Henry?
We've got another T4 qualifying session, I'd imagine.
We have indeed.
For the seniors. Well, probably after a chat with one or two of these drivers, one would imagine. But most importantly, of course, this isn't... Oh, look at that. It's a lovely Alpine Stars racesuit there. They do nice racesuits for Alpine Stars and other bits of racing apparel.
Shall we have an advert?
Go on then, why not?
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to live pictures and, qualifying practice underway for the T4 seniors, but it has not gone the way of Joe Bechtold. Joe Bechtold is out of this qualifying session with an issue there right at the top of the circuit through Christmas Corner. So 5 minutes of this session to go. Same story, it's a 3-lap average if I'm not mistaken. The rain, I think, has stopped for now, although it's going back and forth on us across the course of this afternoon. This qualifying session will set the grids for the 2 heats for this category tomorrow in what is, of course, their O-plate for 2025. At the moment, everyone has completed 1 flying lap. Matt Wildman is the fastest driver on a 1 minute 2.28. Noah Rosser, the winner of the T4 Nations Cup in 2023, is P2. Zach Mead, good start for Zach Mead, P3 ahead of Ed Davidson, Jason Bradbury, Ollie Cooper, Whilton, Harry Bell. Those are our drivers who have not all set lap times. Joe Bechtold, as we've seen, has had a problem up at the top of the circuit. Also, at least on our timing screens, got no Philip Rawson, which is a new bit of news. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. We have had one withdrawal from the event already. Unfortunately, Steph Theodorou has had to retire from the meeting, having run yesterday during the free practice sessions, but has had to retire through a rib injury that he cannot drive today. 3 3/4 minutes of this session to go. Second lap time is coming in. This one will take a little bit of time just for everyone to get 3 laps in, or properly 4 laps in, because the first lap is always a bit of a warm-up for the drivers. But right now, Matt Whilton is on pole position, 59.87 for the average of his 2 laps so far, an advantage of 1.9 seconds over that driver there, Noah Rosser. In the 3:31, whoa, has a bit of a moment coming down the hill and through Ashby Corner. Off the road as well goes Zach Mead in the number 73. Everyone's going for a bit of a grass tracking moment on the exit of Ashby Corner. That will allow the number 99 to come through of Ollie Cooper Whilton. A number of these drivers have been racing Tillotson T4s throughout the course of the UK Series season, the T4 United Kingdom Championship points, which do at the moment have Philip Rawson at the top of the table. Ollie Cooper Whilton is another one of the drivers who's raced in every single one of the 5 rounds so far this season in their championship. Can hear someone's front bumper potentially skipping though across the ground. Hope that's not a problem for anybody out there. Third lap times are in, still Whilton ahead by 1.65 seconds. There's Jason Bradbury in the number 17, an experienced driver in Tillotson T4s now. Oh, it's Henry Bell, the latest driver to have a skittish moment down through Ashby Corner. All these drivers, all these teams running on the Maxxis Sport tyre, very durable tyre that they use throughout the course of their competitions, part of the low-cost initiatives that's the framework for Tillotson T4 racing. If you want to get involved, do head across to their website, tillotson.ie/T4-series-UK. There is another round to go, of course. It'll be at Buckmore Park on the weekend of the 12th to the 13th of October. Right, so now we've got 4 lap times in. This is now starting to give us more of a flavour of who's looking good in this qualifying session.
Well, I know who's not looking good. And that's Philip Rawson.
I was going to say, have you found something else?
Yes, because he missed the grid gate by a second.
Oh!
Yes.
Yes. So that's why we've not got Philip in this race.
Yes, he's sitting outside with his better half, watching.
Of course, he's even there, it's just behind the post.
Yes, by a second. I said, well, you know, that's he goes, oh, that's all right, I like coming through. Gives you something to do
Gives
tomorrow.
him a big challenge.
Yeah. And of course, he's going off to 1st to 4th of October, 1st to 5th of October is the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in Valencia. Britain won the, so first of all, Luke Millwood raced for the UK. It was his debut in the UK in 2023. Darren Beavers also raced, he of the Kart Championship fame. Actually got himself out and drove. The last time Darren drove, he drove a banger, like as in he used to do banger racing.
Yeah,
which is interesting. Banger racing to 4-stroke go-karting, very interesting. So yeah, that's going to be in 2023. The Britain were the Nations Cup champions that year. Where did Darren finish? In the senior heavyweight class?
In the senior 165.
He was... Ooh.
Was he in the senior?
He could be in the senior. Could he going to squeeze himself in the senior?
We'll work on that. That's some research for us over.
Yeah.
Checkered flag is out. These laps are still going on, though. So only Ed Davidson's taking the checkered flag at the moment. Henry Bell could be on for pole here. This is looking pretty good, although Bradbury has gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1. Bell's gone purple through sector number 2. This is going to be right on the line again to see who's going to have pole position for the heats tomorrow. Bradbury takes it at the end there, but loses it to Henry Bell. So how about that? That is an order that would have had pretty long odds after some of the free practice sessions earlier on this morning.
Yes.
No Rawson, because missed the gate. Rosser third. Jason Bradbury using all of his knowledge from a bit of a arrive and drive, because they don't have wets tyres.
Yeah,
P2,
so
and
who
Henry
was
Bell
on wet
P1.
tyres? Yeah. So Whilton was on wets, I'm being told.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is. Let's have a look there. Well, there's the 24. Yeah, that was Ed Davidson on wet tyres. Let's have a look.
No, Matt Wildman was on wet tyres.
Yeah,
Apologies, yeah.
But there we go. There's your number
Bradbury
17.
was on slicks.
Yeah, and Henry Bell was on slicks. And it looks as though, well, I mean, I have to say, the car at the back there coming in with a white race suit.
That's Rosser.
No,
Wets.
Rosser. Those wets, those rear wets now look like slicks.
Yep.
He's going to be hoping it doesn't rain tomorrow. So again, that your decisions today can affect the outcome tomorrow. Short-term pain, long-term gain. Although, in terms of, there was no short-term pain for Bell and Bradbury, who went out and stayed on slicks. Oh no, Ross is going to get a nose cone as well for his troubles. And there is who's that walking in? That is
So that's
Zach.
Joe Bechtold,
That's
the
Joe
number
Bechtold.
18, who had problems and didn't even get to set a lap time. Beavers news. It's 2022.
It was 2022, was it?
2022 when Darren ran.
Okay.
P8 in the final.
P8 in the final.
So the Tillotsons will run tomorrow for their heats, for the seniors in particular, 10:15 for their first one and 12:25 for their second one. Their final will be the last race of the day at 3:40.
There's Vice City himself. That is a great 80s retro. He's happy with that. Is Henry Bell? Look at that.
I really like that as a result. As I say,
in a field of 9 drivers, you're looking for as much excitement as possible, and this certainly creates it.
Including a driver who, as I say, is a T4 Nations Cup winner. You would have had very short odds on Rosser being on pole, particularly based on the qualifying. On the free practices earlier on today. For reference, Henry was 5th in the qualifying simulation, but he's tamed the conditions, gone brave on the tyre choice of going.
I like the way that he's
slicks.
paying tribute to Chloe McGill in terms of his race suit design as well. Yeah, that's very nice.
And there's Minna Lane as well, who'll be presenting, by the looks of it, the pole position trophy award to Henry in a short moment's time. Coming to us here in the box, rainbow stuff. Have we got a? Is that a
little bit of a rainbow? Little bit of a rainbow. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one race to go today. That is the last junior ROTAX heat. Then the grids will be set for the superheat tomorrow. Now, we've got a paddock show to bring you this evening. We're going to go and record that in and around the paddock shortly after the racing has finished. You can watch the premiere of the paddock show on the Alpha Live YouTube channel tonight. You'll be able to watch the rest of it, or you'll be able to watch it also during tomorrow's broadcast. Tomorrow, Andrew Mather, pray tell, what do we have for the people tomorrow on Saturday? Saturday is finals day.
You've got 2 heats each for the Tillotsons. You've then got super heats. Everyone has a super heat tomorrow. The juniors will still be split into 2 super heats, ultimately then going forward with the top 34 in the intermediate classification into the finals. All the other ROTAX categories, it's a single super heat. They're all guaranteed a spot on the grid for the finals on Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
But again, the order in which they are going to be starting those is very much still up for grabs. And then, of course, all the finals as well. Plenty to get involved with in the comments. Do make sure that you have subscribed, of course, to
the Karting UK YouTube channel. the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Yes, it's water, not iron brew. Maybe that's why today's felt a little bit. I haven't had enough brew in me. But again, well, trying to cut down on the brew, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Keep your comments coming in. I say Jensen Hookie mentioning about the lack of orange in the comments box.
Well, there is orange juice, but it's orange squash. But yeah, sadly, no, sure, if there's anyone in the paddock that's got some spare brew, then I'm not going to turn it down.
Where to come into the centre of the.
Yeah, needs must. Well, waistline must.
Remember as well, Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge tonight. So I say we've got one more race to go here this afternoon. If you're in the paddock, if you can hear us around the paddock, and you want to be this week's challenger for the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge.
Rocco Shenton's best time.
You have indeed.
It's quite simple. You've just got to change 2 rear tyres.
And they should be really good for it today.
Yes,
because we've been on and off with the rain.
Yep.
It's wet, soft, dries on one axle. Easy as that.
Exactly.
So, yeah, let's see if you can take the challenge.
If you want to take the challenge, then you go to the race, the British Kart Championship, the Wera Tools Race Control building at the end of this race. We'll be filming the paddock show shortly thereafter. And, of course, the Wera Tools tyre changing challenge is part of the paddock show. I'm looking at, and of course, it would have just started raining.
Let's head down to the pre-grid, because I think Nicole Sutherland has got some updates for us.
Oh, go on then.
So then, as the rain has started to fall down back on the track once more, I've joined Ben Baker on the grid. Ben, you've got the camera on pre this race. That was a special request by yourself. How come you wanted to have you on board on the live stream?
I thought it'd be quite an entertaining race. Had a quite entertaining one, last one, went from 23rd to 8th, so hope we can do the same again.
23rd to 8th then, tell us about what that's like round this track. It's a busy track. It's a track where a lot of drivers get caught out. How do you manage to make up that many positions that quickly?
A lot of it has to be at the start because it gets quite spread out here. But then afterwards, you just need to quite maintain the gap to the people behind and also try pick off from incidents ahead.
And, the rain that's falling down now, do you think that's going to maybe play into your hands on picking off a few more positions?
Yeah, I was quite good in it in the last race when it started falling down, so hopefully can do the same again.
And then this season, then Ben, it's been a busy one. We're at the penultimate round for ROTAX. Can you tell us about how you've got on through the year? What's your experience been like?
It's been quite good. I'm trying to get top rookie, and that's going quite well so far. So I'm leading the rookie championship, so hope you can maintain that after this round.
Well, we'll see what happens and we'll see what goes on the onboard then. Ben, great to speak to you. We'll head back up then into the commentary box. We'll see what Benjamin's onboard footage brings us within this race. We'll see what the rain brings us as well, because it is starting to spit down here on the track. It's not actually that heavy just yet, but we've seen it before. It starts off light, it gets heavier and heavier, and it might catch some drivers out.
It might do indeed. So another bit of drama for us here this afternoon. Henry Beaudette.
Well, I've got to say, big thank you. If Jensen Hookie does arrive, he's coming down to spectate tomorrow, which of course you can. Please, if you're in the area, come and spectate. No dogs allowed. Nope. Wilton Mill doesn't allow dogs, so no paddock show pooches tonight. But most importantly, if Jensen Hookie comes through on his promise of bringing me some iron brew, then I will mention how great he was in the National Kart Cup the other week, winning. Doing very well. I mentioned how well he does in that. Here we go then. Last race of the day.
Shot down there on the grid. Ed Spain in the foreground. Everyone on slicks. Everyone on slicks is the news that we've received here in the box.
Now, his mum's English, his dad's... No, his one parent is English, one parent is Czech, and his name's Spain.
Indeed.
Yes, that was the thing, the takeaway. There's the Cali Kart logo. Great to see the 3 Thai brothers. Again, fantastic. I was out in Thailand at the ROTAX Asia International Trophy at the start of the year. A wholly different culture of racing in Thailand. But here we go. It is Junior ROTAX last race of Friday. coming right up. Oh,
So,
my
heat
goodness.
3 for Junior ROTAX, and yep, the rain has come again. Here is your grid for the final race of the day. Jared Fox, Whiteley and Jacob Ashcroft have the front row of the grid. Joel Dixon-Cohen and Jensen Chalk form up row 2. Archie Lovett and Harry Taylor on row 3. Zach Turner and Leon Hasty, they go from row 4.
Alex Shepherd and Kai Clark round out your top 10. Luca Holmes-Ballock and the rock and roll star, the GP plate holder, Albie Lapper next. Finley Buck and Ellis Bell, Noah Barham and Rayan Gandu, your top 16.
Row number 9, Louis Radcliffe and Charlie King. Rex Ashley and Joshua Smith go from 10. Sam Kohler and Sebastian Clark start on row 11. Benjamin Baker, carrying our camera, starts on row 12. He's joined by Samir Paul. Wrapping out the rest of the 28-strong field, Jack Beasley and Marat Zwaric, and Ryan Gill and Ed Spain. 14 rows. It's truly bizarre here today at Wilton Mill. That shot was from up at Christmas Corner across the circuit. We look outside of our commentary box window. Okay, we can see the rain, but it doesn't seem as heavy from our vantage point.
This is, and of course, no one will be on wet tyres because it was dry when they came onto the grid. And it still looks a little bit dry around parts of the circuit. Now, this is going to be a test of skill. On board with Benjamin Baker, a nice easy run.
No.
They've all gone off. They've all gone off. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. Is that Ashcroft?
Yes.
Ashcroft, the championship leader, the pole man, is off. Who's left? Who's left leading? I think it might be Kai Clark as a bug attacks you, Andrew Mather.
Yeah, I'm getting attacked by all quarters.
Benjamin Baker, Kart spinning in front of him. That was the 283 going around.
That was Louis Radcliffe.
Teeming down. Oh, the Thule Motorsport Kart, Joel Dixon-Cohen just understeers off. Leon Hasty picks up the race lead. You're right there, Andrew. Andrew, there is a...
This fly has been around this comms box the last 36 hours. I think you got it. Right, there's a race going on.
There's a race going on, and there's
to
a
keep
fly
on the circuit.
attacking Andrew Mather. I mean, it's not even a fly. It's like a tiny...
It's a gnat.
It's a gnat. It's
an
gnat.
annoying gnat.
It's an annoying gnat. And right, here we go. Into the boot. 2 cars off. Oh, Baker's gone off. And who was that? That's Finley Buck is off as well. Through goes Albie Lapper. Sideways the GP plate kart. Now, who will find out? I mean, we're still on the first lap here.
Yeah.
We're still on the first lap. Okay, Hasty, Clark, Turner, Lovett, Rex Ashley. Up 14 places to P5. Right, Sebastian Clark, Jensen Chalk, Jacob Ashcroft, Alex Shepherd, Luca Holmes-Ballock, Noah Barham. And well, okay, drivers, you've got to drive the conditions now. I keep saying this, there'll be people saying, why did you raise the red flag? Well, no. You know, you're on the wrong tyres, it's not deluge, in fact, it's dry, and the sun is shining. So you simply drive the conditions. A lot of drivers haven't done that on the opening lap yet. Now, I think we'll see a lot fewer, far fewer incidents and off-track excursions because the drivers now have they know the level of grip or lack thereof, and you will see them driving to the track conditions. There we go, all safely through the boot. Ellis Bell in the 246 kart. Ellis is, well, we're going to get a huge gaps between the some of the finishers now. Bell goes across the line in 6th. So, it's Dixon, it's Hasty, Clark, Turner. There's Hasty, there's Clark, Turner, under pressure from Rex Ashley. Wild card driver, retired from the first race, and he's up into P4. Then it's Joel Dixon-Cohen, followed by Bell, Lovett, Josh Smith, Sam Kohler, Finley Buck, and then we're on board with the 11th place car, our camera car, Ben Baker.
This is before we even get onto the fact this has absolutely blown the intermediate points apart.
Oh, where's Ashcroft?
Both Ashcroft
21st.
is now outside of the top 10. So having looked at odds on for another 65 points haul, I mean, again, you know, drop scores can come into play later on in the season. And don't give this one up as well with 6.5 minutes to go. Ashcroft could still get his way back up the order.
I think that Jacob Ashcroft will be back. I think he'll be back inside the top 6 of the intermediate classification before this race is over. Because now, as Samir Paul, the number 213, is that number 213 going off there? I think now you'll see Ashcroft start moving back up the order. And we've got a battle for the race lead. This is sketchy, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is not just for the race lead, this is for pole position in the superheats tomorrow, because right now Hasty is on top in the intermediate points. Clark is second, 1 point back, no longer. That is a really good move from Kai Clark. That is an A-grade move from Kai Clark. Hey, wasn't the fastest, wasn't the most dramatic, but the positioning, and then he spoils it. And he spoils it, he falls off the road. I'm so sorry, Kai. That's the market again. That's commentator's curse number 3 of the day. Let's have another look at the race start. Now, I'm really interested to see, I think it's everyone on the anti-pole side of the grid, that they're the ones who struggle. So Ashcroft in the lead there. Oh, no. So Fox Whiteley kind of started that one
off.
Well,
hang on a sec. The top 8 drivers all ran off.
Hasty went off.
Yeah.
The race leaders went off as well.
And it was the Thule Motorsport kart. I'm trying to see who actually came out of turn 1 in the race lead. It was nobody that started at the front. I think it might have been Alex Shepard, I think, got round the first corner. And he started 9th. But now we'll have a little look. Now, Ashcroft already back up to P5 in the intermediate classification because he's now back to 14th. There is the 2-3-4 kart. That's our camera kart, Benjamin Baker. He said it was quite an entertaining first race where he went from 23rd to 8th, while he's done 23rd to 9th, including having a spin. But Kai Clark, I know you put the mockers on him, but he's back in the lead now. He's been so impressive.
Yep.
He's had a few penalties, either blocking penalties, contact penalties, you know, driving overly defending at Le Mans for one penalty, which is all just part of learning. But you might think they're being a bit unjust. But of course, the undeniable thing is that he is wicked fast now. He is absolutely a contender for a race win every time he steps into a junior Rotax kart. He's one of the drivers you have to look out for anyway. And you're going to have to look out for him come the end of the season in terms of the championship, I am sure.
In the start of the weekend, 3rd in the championship standings, just 3 points behind Albi Lapper, who's currently running in 15th place in this race. 5-second penalty for Louis Radcliffe. Good afternoon to Stu Stratton as well.
Hello.
Who said, I don't disagree, Stu. Stu was making quite his mark on the social media in the week with some of his KZ. Dramatics.
I mean, I've got to say, the clip that Stu Stratton posted of him and his KZ going, I mean, like going through the air at the boot there at the new chicane at Whilton Mill was fantastic. And Stu Stratton makes a very good point. Slicks in the wet and half of the grid goes off track. Rental karting, slicks in the wet, could teach a lot. Well, of course it's Stu. And I'm sure Stuart Stratton's next comment was, if you pop down to Mr. Karting, yes, in where?
Near Lamington.
Near Lamington, you can go out on a rental kart track on slicks in the wet. Isn't that right, Stu, who owns Mr. Karting near Lamington with a fleet of rental karts?
2.25 minutes of this race to go. So Kai Clark leading this race has also got the lead in the intermediate classification. There on your screens, Ben Baker trying to find a way through past Ellis Bell. That's for 8th place. Joshua Smith there as well. Said the GWRs were potentially on for some good results today. Joshua Smith up 10 places in this race so far. Jared Fox Whiteley coming back into play. So now back into 13th place, Jacob Ashcroft 15th place. It's not a disaster for Ashcroft in terms of the championship points. You know, he's in 7th place in the IC. He's within striking distance of a number of other drivers. It could still be a good championship haul of points after the first stage tomorrow. Here, though, here's a battle and a change for the lead. Clark went deep. Clark went deep into Ashby Corner, and you could see the effect there. Got off the racetrack, got off the drier part of tarmac onto the painted concrete curb. Just could not get the power down. Leon Hasty back into the race lead. And I know there's been comments about it as well. Yeah, his height, Leon, will be quite helpful in these conditions. To be able to move the cart around, move the weight as Jack Beasley is gone, will not rejoin by the looks of it. He ends in the grass on driver's left out of turn 2.
And yeah, of course, they've lapped, of course, you've got to say, they've lapped Mara Zvaric. Who, of course, this will be completely alien territory for Marat in these conditions. But, and that was Ellis Bell going into the back of Archie Lovett, who looked like Archie is backing the field up. And Bell looking to the inside. Bird's eye view of Ellis Bell. Fox Whiteley's off track again. Lovett's gone around. He doesn't he look a happy trappy? Does Archie Lovett? No, he's got to be careful when he comes back onto the track. And I think he's gone back on. I think there might be damage there. Josh Smith. Oh yes. There's not a problem there. Now we saw Ellis Bell going for the move from our onboard camera. There is our onboard cart, Benjamin. That's Harry Taylor. I do apologise. Here is Baker. In front is Bell. Up the hill, Josh Smith defends. Over the top now through Inkermans. And down towards Ashby. And look who's caught the back of this group. It's only pole sitter Jacob Ashcroft, who now goes back past Ellis Bell after Ellis runs wide at Ashby. And sitting behind Ashcroft, recovering, is the GP plate holder, Albie Lapper.
This is good stuff from the drivers higher up the order. Lapper's gone for the move on Ashcroft. That's first versus second in the championship, and the driver second in those points has got the better of that battle. Final lap board is now out. Warning plate for track limits for Albie Lapper. Just a warning at this stage. Kai Clark's lead now. What's happened to Leon Hasty? Is that Lapper off the road? I think it is. So Lapper rejoins further down the order. Something's happened to Leon Hasty, Henry, because Leon Hasty is 5 seconds behind Kai Clark now. It's been quite a bizarre race. Kai Clark's going to win it and have pole position for the Superheat tomorrow.
Yep, and it was Leon Hasty lost 6 seconds on the penultimate lap. Now, how far down the order does Albie Lapper fall? There's the GP play holder. Now, of course, he did put a move on to Jacob Ashcroft. Again, it was aggressive. Ashcroft is the championship leader. He's got to expect aggressive moves to come from his title rivals. I just happen to wonder if Ashcroft was also similarly aggressive, going through Crook, Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady. But there we go. That is Kai Clark, Leon Hasty, Zach Turner.
Great
P3
drive.
For Zach Turner, P4 for Joel Dixon Cohen, P5 Finley Buck, P6 Rex Ashley. Excellent for Rex Ashley. Josh Smith, Harry Taylor, Benjamin Baker, Jacob Ashcroft 10th. Libby Ratcliffe, Ellis Bell, Jared Fox Whiteley, Sam Kohler, Charlie King, Noah Barham, Albie Lapper finishing 18th there at the end.
Well, a real mixed-up order from top to bottom there in Junior Rotax. That leaves the intermediate classification overnight looking like this. Clark P1, 2 points. That'll be pole for Superheat A. Remember, this is the only category that has 2 Superheats. So it will be... wow, that's had some damage.
That is a 685 cart
Alex Shepherd,
of Alex Shepherd, who was really well positioned after the first couple of laps. That has, that's gone off in a hurry, that has.
So Hasty second in the IC means he'll have pole position for Superheat B. Wolfit third, going to Superheat A on the outside of row 1. Ashcroft will again be on the front row on the outside of 1 for Superheat B. Taylor, Dixon Cohen, Freeman, House, Turner, Radcliffe, Louis Radcliffe, all in the top 10. I will stress those results are provisional because some of those drivers that I've just read out there in that top 10 I've been seeing getting pictures taken, shall we say. This is going to be an interesting highlights reel.
Right, here we go. There's the Thule Motorsport car, only half goes off. There's the Cole, okay, so it's the Coles Racing car. Zach Turner got around turn 1 clear. That was an incredible start. The top 8 all going off. And Turner came home to finish in 4th position. But of course, that was as wet as it got. And there's the reactions from everyone. And it also continued. That was Lapper going for a spin up at Christmas Corner on the first lap. There's a shot of Rex Ashley as Benjamin Baker and Finley Putt go around. This is all on the opening lap. Then things, like I said, calmed down because they drove the conditions. Clark made a great move, then Andrew Mather said so, and Clark probably went off. Hasty got him back. Jensen Chalk having another agricultural trip. Ellis Bell, Finley Buck now. Now we're going to see what happened there. Hasty makes another move, but at some point Hasty... is this the Archie Lovett incident? That's a strange one because Ellis Bell was in front. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Well, obviously there was contact made, and Archie Lovett went off, but that was a strange one.
Was indeed. Well, Kai Clark won it by 4.24 seconds ahead of Leon Hasty. We'll see Junior Rotax back in action. 10:30 for Superheat A, 10:50 for Superheat B tomorrow. First of the Rotax categories, and then they've got the first final of the day at 1:15. I think it's time to head down to some sense in there.
Absolutely.
In the paddock. So over to you, Nicole Sutherland.
Well, thanks very much for today then, boys. Last driver interview down here in Parc Fermé then with Kai Clark. Kai, good race there from you, but it looked like you got the damage done in the first couple of laps with everybody sliding off the road in the first corner. Can you tell us about how you handle that, when you're starting a bit further back and everybody's sort of tripping all over the place?
Just maintain the speed and not push too hard because everyone's just going to fall off the track anyway. So just maintain it.
And in the wet conditions when you were chasing down Hasty, can you tell us about the chase and about how you managed to pull off the move? Because you were going back and forth with him for a little while.
Just keeping it on the track mainly.
And then, expectations as we go into tomorrow then, Kai. You've had a strong season so far. I think as the season's gone on, you've got better and better as well. What are you expecting out of your performance tomorrow during the final, during the penultimate event?
Podium, hopefully.
Well, Kai, good to catch up with you then. Thanks for the interview. That's it then from us today. That's it from me down here in the pit lane and the Parc Fermé. Tomorrow we're live from 9:50, so make sure you stay tuned. Doesn't stop there because we've got all sorts of things going out over our social media channels this evening. So keep an eye out and we'll see you tomorrow.